Hope you guys are enjoying yourselves out here this afternoon. Shouting deep in my seat, all alone they broken the serpent's eye air. It seems what's left of my human side is slowly changing in me. Looking at my own reflection, and suddenly it changes, violently it changes. Although there is no turning back now that you woken up and dreaming. And man, cheat up, promote it down with a sickness. Cheat up, promote it down with a sickness. Cheat up, promote it down with a sickness. You open up your face, then it's floating with me. Cheat up, promote it down with a sickness. You mother get up, promote it down with a sickness. You ever get up, promote it down with a sickness. Hatred is the gift that is beginning with me. I should see inside you the sadness is rising. Don't try to deny how you feel. You wanna give it to me. It seems that all that was gone has died and is decaying in me. Like you're having some trouble continue with these changes. Open up now, it changes. Oh no, the world is a scary place now that you woken up from dreaming. And man, cheat up, come on me down with a sickness. Get up, I'm on you down with a sickness. Get up, come on me down with a sickness. You open up, child, hey, let it go with me. Get up, come on me down with a sickness. Your lover, get up, come on me down with a sickness. Your mother, get up, come on me down with a sickness. The hatred is love, yeah, that is been given to me. Get all the money down with the sickness. 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 Make them not your face, 'cause they don't know it's here. Hope you guys are enjoying yourselves out here this afternoon. Shouting deep in my seat, all alone they broken the serpent's eye air. It seems what's left of my human side is slowly changing in me. Looking at my own reflection, and suddenly it changes. Violently it changes. Although there is no turning back now that you woken up and dreaming. And man, cheat up, come on me down with a sickness. Cheat up, come on me down with a sickness. Cheat up, come on me down with a sickness. You open up your face, let it flow to me. Cheat up, come on me down with a sickness. You mother get up, come on me down with a sickness. You ever get up, come on me down with a sickness. Hatred is stuff, yeah, let us begin with the pain. I could see inside you the sadness is rising. Don't try to deny how you feel. You wanna give it to me. It seems that all that was gone has died and is decaying in me. Like you're having some trouble. Continue with these changes. Open up now, it changes. Oh no, the world is a scary place now that you woken up from dreaming. And man, get up, come on me down with a sickness. Get up, I'm on you down with a sickness. Get up, come on me down with a sickness. You open up, child, hey, let it go with me. Get up, come on me down with a sickness. Your lover, get up, come on me down with a sickness. Your mother, get up, come on me down with a sickness. The hatred is love, yeah, that is what given today. Town with the sickness. To get all the money town with the sickness. 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 And from that child face, they the floor is here. Yo, yo, yo. What up, though? Yeah, that is another of the excellent AI covers. That was a nice find. Actually, let me do that particular individual a proper service. Up. Don't start. Do 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 do. Shenanigans starting already. You were fine, just laying here, being chill up until the camera went on, and then I got your attention, and now you just bit my thumb, dude. I'm gonna find the thing that I'm looking for. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. There it is. Okay. So the original video and song is by this gentleman, Casey Klein. One of those loop folks. where they use a loop station and an instrument and or more than one instrument and do a song and um they did that song and I thought it was really great and what up, Seven? Oh, you got loop pedals? Like I have enough crap that I have that like I don't use, but I really want to. Um, and but yeah, I would love, I would love loop pedals. Um, but yeah, and then Old Lobster ran it through the Magic Machine, and there's a whole collection of new songs. Um, there will the plan that I have is because I've been listening to them, um, make an organized list of the ones that turned out good. What up, ATS? Um, that turned out well, and maybe a couple different playlists, like one of like maybe acousticy kind of things, and then one of like just so that it has some similar nature to it. You know what I mean? And then put those in a thread. Not going to create a whole new channel, but create a thread or two or three. Um, Coldplay and Talking Heads turned out good. It's like I got the mic and Dave is doing the backup vocals, especially on the chorus, and I thought that was kind of cool. Um, and the Coldplay one turned out good. There's a few of them that I really like. So again, shout out to Old Lobster being one of the pillars on which this entire endeavor is built. Putting in the work. And we got new emotes filling up the new slot. We got Happy Clippy and we got Angry Clippy. So if you are sub to the channel, then you have access to the Clippies. And Paris. No one. No, well, okay, I can't say no one. There's probably some people on this thing that would show up to just watch me pet Ferris for a few hours, but I think that would be a very, very low, very niche, very hard to locate. Well, I hope things work out for you, Orchid. But yeah, I think it would be very difficult to find the audience that just wants to watch a 51-year-old dude pet Ferris for hours and sub and all that kind of stuff. All right. So that's all. That's the news. And for those of you who contributed to the playlist, let's call that playlist good because it's already been done. There is a new playlist with a new link in that channel. So that if and when Old Lobster decides that they want to do more of that, then they can work off a new playlist and we won't have to worry about repeats. And and all that good stuff. So I think that's everything. I think that is all old news, new news. Oh, no, it isn't. So this Friday, going to have conversation with Telworks. Going to be talking about. Okay, back on the music for just a second. It really is hit or miss, right? Like, it can be difficult. Like, part of what I hope that I'm contributing to, part of what I hope I'm contributing to Old Lobster is giving them, like, ideas on, okay, this works and this doesn't. And one of the things that we found out is, like, show tunes work very well. But then, like, other music, it can be kind of difficult to figure out, like, what is it about this that is not working and what is that is working. What up, Byronic? Actually think all that does sound lovely, but sorry to tell you, super anti Coldplay. Just don't think we should try to fix people. Well, it's Yellow. The song is Yellow. So are we good with Yellow? Because it was all yellow. I mean, look at the stars. Look how they shine for you, and everything that you do, and it's all yellow. But so yeah, might be able to find songs that work and songs that don't. Like, I thought Tool was going to work better than it did, and it did not. There's a group of kids. It's the fair enough. I'll take that. I'll take the warning. There's the O'Keefe Music Center. If you're not aware of the O'Keefe Music Center, they are an amazing group of kids. Let me do the thing. Okay, so this is the O'Keefe Music Center, or Music Foundation, excuse me. God damn it, Cheddarino. Do. Yeah, no, and some of them do. Some of them that don't work well do have comedic value. And then, like, these kids do two of my favorites. Hey, thank you. I love the kid on the sticks. You hear no music. Oh. Thank you. Now you can hear music? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Really, like, really talented kids, but the vocals on that are like more clear, and so I'm gonna do it right now because I'm talking about it. I'm gonna add that to the playlist, and maybe this one will like work out better. So, like some of the suggestions that I made, yeah, no, their kids are amazing. The whole thing is amazing. Um, Old Lobster in the house. Um, so like sometimes some of the songs that I put in there were songs that I wanted, but then I didn't want like the original version because it didn't hit right. You know what I mean? So I went with covers because the covers they did it. I think my favorite in that domain is gonna be, if I could find it real quick. Um, I like as long I have very few rules. Hey, like my thing said, I put almost zero work into most of these, so you could get a raw idea of what I'm hearing when I try some for the first time. Yeah, no, like I just want you to understand that I appreciate you and that I want you to feel appreciated for what you're doing, however much work you're putting into it, and that every one that you create is a gift, right? Like understand that. I see it as a gift and like that. So this might be my favorite for a variety of reason. Yeah. Um all right. This is Ben Howard. This is our cover for Radio One Loudlands. I threw a wish in the well. Don't ask me, I'll never tell. I looked to you as you fell. Now you're in my way. I trade my soul for a wish. Bend knees and dives for a kiss. Looking for this, but now you're in my way. You're in my way. Baby, I just met you. This is crazy. Here's my number. Call me maybe. It's hard to love like that's your baby. Here's my number. Call me maybe. Come and make me. Come and make me. So yeah, that's one of my favorites. Yeah, if you if you can figure that out, you let me know because I don't know. Um, I have thought about like I got really close to like firing up the old karaoke on YouTube, firing up Audacity, and recording my actual singing. Um, but there's both time constraints that I've been running into and fear of acceptance, which I still suffer from in spite of the fact that I am a streamer and all that. Like I have the same neuroses as anybody else does, and it's like if I go ahead and do this and like it doesn't hit with y'all, then what? You know. You need karaoke tracks. It takes almost no time to make them with UVR5. I like. So this is what happens, right? So I do the thing where I'm like, I have the fear that it's not going to hit. And then it's like, and if it does hit, no, they're just saying it because they like you and they want you to feel good. And so I just go round and round and round in my own head. Wee! Hey, boy, are you all right? Like, it was weird because I saw that you like just followed, um, and then you just came into the Discord, and it was like a whole thing, and I was like, did something happen? You good? Every time I make those covers, I make a karaoke track with backing and apply the replace voice, which was previously isolated. That's cool. What up, Johnny Scarlett? Welcome in. All right. So yeah. Okay. So back to enough with the music for now. Friday, we're talking to Talorks. We're gonna have a conversation about Rocco's Basilisk, and we're gonna take a look at the Dave Shapiro video about Rocco's Basilisk. Um, so that should be an interesting conversation. Like, Tellerx is way more knowledge about cults than I do, and I love to get their insight on that. Then next Friday, the last Friday before Christmas, is we're going to talk to Dr. Yasmin. If you know Dr. Yasmin, we're going to be talking about like language and other stuff like that. And they're not an expert, but like they have some knowledge, and we were having a conversation in their chat. And again, like always, conversation works better when two people are on like an equal footing, um so that there's actually like a back and forth as opposed to like reading chat and then responding to chat and that kind of thing. It's a little different power dynamic, and y'all know how I roll at this point in time. And then finally on January 6th, there will be it's a Saturday starting at 10 a.m. I'm going to be doing a charity stream, going to be doing gaming. There's a game related to AI on PlayStation that I've been looking to take a shot at, but I wanted to wait. Like in the same way that I did Detroit Become Human, I don't want to play any of it. I want to play in front of like y'all, and then I go until Either I completely run out of steam or the game is completed. It's supposed to be like a shorter game, 6 to 8 hours. Um, but we'll see. And it's raising money for Games for Love. Right? I think that's right. Let me double check. I just met you. Right. Yeah, Games for Love. So that'll be cool. And we'll learn some more about them as we go, or you'll learn some more because I obviously know. um, but give you some more information on them and what they're doing. But it's like, you know, it's a charity that helps kids, and anything we could do to help, I wanna help. The Rainbow Passage fundraiser was great, raised like 500 and some odd dollars. Um, so cool, cool. And then because Monday is Christmas, um, or because Christmas is Monday, I find it highly unlikely that I will be streaming, um, unless I can feed everyone and put them out and they go about their own business. If I'm not doing anything and you are alone on Christmas, I might end up just doing something, um, or whatever. Otherwise, I'll be back on that Wednesday. And I think that's it. I think that's everything. We can get into today's content. Got a few things, few news items, and we'll get into video. Doo-doo-doo. Okay, so Pi, which is another AI another AI chatbot, right? And Pi is, it's not Anthropic. Inflection. That's Mustafa Suleiman, the guy with the book The Coming Wave. They just dropped their update to the chatbot. It now can do the same. It can have a conversation in a similar way to what ChatGPT can.
Why can't we breathe underwater?
Well, there are a couple of reasons.
It's also available on Android. I grabbed it for Android. I haven't had a chance to dig into it, but it exists. Pi's a chatbot similar to ChatGPT. It focuses on AI companionship, making it the most human-like LLM on the market. Can have a phone call with you. That's an interesting thing about it, is that the button for it is like a phone call button. So it's like a direct connection as opposed to fire it off into the internet and then it comes back. Is curious and engaging, not just factual, and is easier to use and has a slick UI. I will say this for it, that the UI for it is I wouldn't use the term slick, but it's a good looking UI. Made sense off the jump. So good on them. You know how I love a good UI. So, EY is laying off U.S. partners amid tough economic conditions. EY is Ernst & Young. The Big Four accounting firm previously cut 3,000 U.S. workers in April, similar to moves at other professional services firms. The cuts are largely concentrated on the advisory side of the U.S. operation, affecting more than 10% of partners in consulting and about 4% in strategy and transactions, but they touch the audit and tax arms as well. People familiar with the matter said. That would equate to more than 100 partners. Now, this is not employees. These are the partners in consulting, and over 30 partners in strategy and transactions at both junior and senior levels. So why does this matter, right? Now, it doesn't say it in the article. So this is not idle speculation, but it is somewhat speculation. They made cuts in areas where growth is notably slowed and where we have excess capacity. Consulting demand tends to weaken or surge depending on the economy, whereas audit is generally steady business line because of the reporting requirements for public companies. All this is true. But there is another factor, and that is artificial intelligence and taxes, bookkeeping, accounting is a place that artificial intelligence has already shown a strength. So if it was just employees, there's an ebb and flow to employees. We see it all the time where employees, they hire, they fire, it's a whole thing. But the fact that they're cutting partners, that is somewhat unusual. And they're not the only one. There are other accounting firms that are cutting employees, cutting partners, that kind of thing. So something to keep your eye on, right? Like when I talk about how all jobs can be automated, that's all jobs at all levels can be automated. This thing.
Welcome to Channel One, a new way of consuming, reporting, and thinking about the news powered by artificial intelligence. Today, you'll witness AI-generated stories and headlines, captivating visuals and data-driven insights. From global news to finance to entertainment, we'll show you how technology enables us to bring you a global perspective 24/7, right from the heart of our AI-native newsroom. All presented by our team of AI-generated reporters.
Maybe you hear the words artificial intelligence and you're immediately skeptical or concerned about technology gone crazy. But everything you'll see on Channel One relies on trusted sources and fact-checking, and uses AI to give you news the way you want it, personalized, localized, and distilled. Through it all, our mission is to provide you with accurate, unbiased, and trustworthy news. Technology may be the tool, but journalism's core values of integrity and accountability are at the heart of everything we do.
Today we're going to show off some of
These are not people. These are avatars. This is not a human being saying these words.
the technology we're using to build Channel One. We'll show you how AI powers and empowers our newsroom to deliver journalism that's fast, trustworthy, and accurate. Let's start with our reporters. You can hear us and see our lips moving. But no one was recorded saying what we're all saying. I'm powered by sophisticated systems behind the scenes. And I can speak in any language. Για παράδειγμα, αυτή τη στιγμή μιλάω στα ελληνικά. O kung pinapanood mo ako mula sa Maynila, marunong akong magsalita ng Filipino. எனக்கும் தமிழ் பேசத் தெரியும் என்று நீங்கள் யூகித்திருக்க மாட்டீர்கள் என்று நான் நம்புகிறேன். In fact, you can see even more language samples on our website. Channel One's anchors can even be completely generated to have their own personality, appearance, and voice.
And what is AI native news? First, here's what it's not. It's not fake news. There isn't a computer somewhere writing its own news stories about things that haven't happened. Our system relies only on trusted news sources to bring together the best journalism on any topic from around the world into a single news program. We'll also be using artificial intelligence technology in a number of other ways. For example, thanks to our translation capabilities, we can feature on the ground real-life reporters from around the world to get you closer to a particular story.
This is exactly what I told you was going to happen. Like, just a few months ago, this kind of thing is that they will have local people acquiring the news and then run it through the AI, and it, they could translate it and like that. So access to better news is right there, but close some of these tabs. We understand that this can go badly if it's not watched, right? Because as you begin to centralize your news, then it's subject to the control of the corporation that is running the news. And it's also going to cause issues to many of the existing, legacy media, right? And I mean that in the sense of like people who have existed for like more than 20 years, that kind of thing. As usual, I see the upside and the downside.
In other cases, it's even possible to create footage of events where cameras were not able to capture the action.
Now, this is not new. This is not new, but it was like very clear, right? Like there's a whole, I think it's South Korea that does this, where they do like almost cartoon reenactments of events in order to give you a visual to go along with it. But
it's the same way that a courtroom sketch is not a literal depiction of actual events, but can still provide important information or nuance to a news report. And wherever AI...
Yes, true. And like, I'm a huge fan, like, of giving to y'all, like a visual representation, right? Like I can attempt to describe something, but there's a bunch of pitfalls there. You might not actually understand what it is that I'm trying to express. Like my wife has aphantasia, so her internal visual process is different than mine, for instance. So having a visual representation is absolutely helpful. However, a visual representation also flavors your perception of events. There's a lot of things that people believe because they saw it in a movie, right? And if you see a movie based on actual events, you might incorporate some of that drama, that flavor that was put in to make an interesting movie into your belief about what happened during those events. And you might even do it unintentionally, right? Like it's not something that you have to think about and like, okay, that's cool. It just happens. So yeah.
AI has been used to add context or in any way alter existing
Elder
sources
Gang.
or
What up, Big
depictions
Lou?
of actual events. On-screen graphics will clearly indicate the nature of the alteration.
Now, that's helpful, but again, does your brain know the difference, right? Like there are parts, because of the nature of associative memory, if you see something happen, are you gonna remember a year down the line that was an AI generated image, video, whatever?
Human editors and producers are also involved in checking the stories for accuracy and clarity at every step of the process.
But maybe the best way to explain what Channel 1 is just to show you. Right now, we're going to jump into a program featuring a selection of stories, all produced with the help of AI. So, please enjoy the world's first.
What up, Walker Eller? Is that correct? I think AI could be a useful tool, but it can and probably will be misused for nefarious reason way too easily. Like I focus on the positive, primarily because there's a lot of doom, especially on Twitch. There's a lot of doom scrolling. There's a lot of these kind of things, and I do see a pathway to a hopeful future that involves AI. But I trust that I am always aware of how things could go in a negative way. Nothing else has worked literally at all so far, mainly because America, and they never let us do communism, like never. So I don't know. Let's fuck shit up before we all start dying of weather and heat related nightmares come true in a few years. Yeah, and this is ultimately like my point where I come about a lot of my opinions regarding the capabilities and what's going to, or what could happen and that kind of stuff, is because something needs to be so powerful to disrupt a system that is so incredibly powerful. And the only thing that I have found so far that's actually capable of doing that is artificial intelligence. Right? So that's where I'm at.
Look at Channel 1.
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to an AI future, Walker. So that's where I'm at. Okay, that thing goes on for 20 minutes. You get the idea. This is from OpenAI themselves. We have formed a new global partnership with Axel Springer and its news products. Wow, that's weird. Real-time information from Politico, Business Insider, European Properties, BILD, and Wealth, and other publications will soon be available to ChatGPT users. ChatGPT's answers to user queries will include attribution and links to full articles for transparency and further information. And this is important, right? I'm like, citation needed is not just a meme, it's a lifestyle, right? Like, I will not believe you if you say some out-of-pocket shit unless you can present me with some reputable information, and Old Lobster by reputable people that I find reputable. You good? So yeah, I need attribution. I need citations. I need to know where this information comes from, because There are people who want you to believe stuff without any kind of underlying reason to do so. Shifting gears, supercomputer that simulates entire human brain will switch on in 2024. Then you welcome in, you're going to like it here, because I do sources beyond probably what any person is going to actually use. After stream, at some point in time, I take all the links and all the videos that we cover in stream, I put them in the Discord so that people will have access to them until they disappear off Discord. And as if by magic, there's the link. Bulbous ignore the plight of the working man and will only accept info from the corporate overlords. Not true. Not true. New Scientist is a goddamn source, old lobster. You're abusing your power. Supercomputer that simulates entire human brain. Well, keep fucking around and I'll make you a mod, and then we'll see where you land on all this. Supercomputer that simulates entire human brain will switch on in 2024. AMAB. A neuromorphic supercomputer called Deep South will be capable of 228 trillion synaptic operations per second, which is on par with the estimated number of operations in the human brain. Told you, 2024 is going to be wild. What up, Stellar Wingman? Deep South. It's Intel and Dell. Hardware chips are designed to implement spiking neural networks, which model the way synapses process information in the brain. For the first time, we will be able to simulate the activity of a spiking neural network the size of the human brain in real time. We need this ability to better learn how brains work and how they do what they do so well. Existing supercomputers are becoming one of the biggest consumers of energy on the planet, whereas human brain barely uses. Whereas a human brain uses barely more power than a light bulb. At least part of this difference is down to differing ways of processing data. Traditional computers process information in fast sequence, constantly moving data between the processor and the memory, while a neuromorphic architecture performs many operations in parallel with significantly reduced movement of data. As the movement of data is one of the most power-hungry parts of the computation, the neuromorphic approach offers significant power savings. You're seeing a lot of this, right? You're seeing a lot more. What up, Ivan? A lot more concern about the amount of power that's being used in a lot of these systems, and technology that's either right here, right now, or is in the near future, which has a much lower rate of power consumption. In addition, spiking neural networks are event-driven, meaning the neuromorphic system responds to changes in input rather than continuous running in the background like a traditional computer, resulting in further power savings. If you're trying to understand the brain, this will be the hardware to do it on. At the end of the day, there are two types of researchers who will be interested in this. Either those studying neuroscience or those who want to prototype new engineering solutions in the AI space. Deep South could pave the way for much higher energy efficiency in computing, and if the technology can be miniaturized, it will help make drones.
And the peril here are huge.
Thank you for the follow. More autonomous. So, what is this What is this picture? Yes, exactly, Ivan, exactly. Just Monday, just Monday, uh, Mistral dropped, and like people seem rather impressed with it. Still got some work to do in order to really hit those benchmarks and all that, but like thumbs up generally across the board. And Google Cloud is partnering with Mistral, just like that, on generative language models. Part of the agreement, Mistral AI will use Google Cloud's. What up, Red Rust? Twitch just sent me a notification that they have lifted the previous ban on streamers twerking. I suspect an AI made this decision. It is unlikely that you will find me twerking. Though it is possible you will at some point in time see me dance to Despacito, but I'd probably have to like put a sub goal on that. Like, you know, if you give 10 subs, I'll dance to Despacito. Mistral AI will use Google Cloud's AI-optimized infrastructure, including TPU accelerators, to further test, build, and scale up its LLMs, all while benefiting from Google Cloud's security and privacy standards. And that's about it. So, and finally, Jimmy Apples. As we get closer and closer to superintelligence, everyone involved gets more stressed and more anxious, and we realize the stakes are higher and higher. We are further ahead than you think. This should be obvious by now. So this is Sam Altman explaining what happened during the past few weeks at OpenAI. And if you're not familiar, OpenAI, Sam Altman was the CEO. The board kicked him out. And all sorts of shenanigans happened. And then Sam Altman is back as CEO. Most of the board has been swapped out, and that is a way oversimplified TLDR.
The first one, I think, on the minds of many people in the room tonight. What the hell happened?
It's a good opener.
Thank you.
A lot of things. It's honestly, it's been a crazy whole year. Like in the context of everything that has happened to us this last 3 weeks or month or whatever it's been, it stands out, but not as much as you would think it should. We kind of like went from this unknown research lab to this like reasonably well-known tech company in a year, and I think that takes most companies like 10 years. And that's been a wild experience to live through. Of course, these last few weeks have been particularly crazy and sort of like painful and exhausting, and happy to like be back to work. To say something like empathetic, I think everybody involved in this, as we get closer and closer to superintelligence, everybody involved gets more stressed and more anxious, and we realize the stakes are higher and higher. And I think that all exploded.
Yeah, no, that is fair. If we are charitable and we assume that good. And for any new people, this is Ferris. Ferris is the stream cat. Ferris will be here for pretty much the entire stream. Do you want me to talk about it? I could talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. All right. Real quick. most of you are probably aware that there was a streamer who was topless and some people lost their shit, and then that streamer got banned, and then apparently they got reinstated, and Twitch updated its TOS to include a thing called artistic nudity. So there's that. I enjoy nudity as much as the next person. So what up, Maddie? So yeah, the ultimately what I mean, not that particular story, I don't think. There is it's unclear, right? Like there's without a level of transparency that it's highly unlikely that we are ever going to get, that we will ever know exactly what happened. And that's just how, corporate widgies are, right? Like they are not going to tell us everything that we would like to know. They are going to share with us whatever they think that we should know, and that's it. And in that regard, we have learned everything that we're going to learn. Why they did what they did, it could be that they're closer to AGI, and Sam is very go, 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 and Ilya was less go, 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 and Helen Toner was definitely less go, go, go. So they might have been looking to like put a stop to all this, and it's not. Oh, I doubt it's money. I really doubt it's money. I believe that everything is related to how the company is going to proceed going forward, because, as I have said, like, I'm firmly in the camp that AI is the most disruptive technology ever. Like, ever. Bigger than fire, baby. Right? Like, it is going to change the way that we exist in one way or another. And the world isn't ready for that, right? But the world is not getting ready for that. The world is like, the world's still playing the same games that we were playing 100 years ago, and it's boring as shit. And in my not so humble opinion, I believe that in order to change things, potentially for the better, it requires a shakeup on the level of, again, going back to the board games, right? Like, if one player is the big player on the block, if they've got all the hotels and all that, then it requires something on that level to directly confront it and change the nature of how we move, how we play the game, all that kind of stuff. There's nothing that we have that can do that because of all the systems within systems and this giant monstrosity that has become. And we need a change, right? We're operating on 100-year-old plus philosophies and ways of going about things and everything else, while at the same time walking around with supercomputers in our pockets. Something is wrong here. And the way we move needs to match what our capabilities are. I don't know. It's difficult to say. We don't have any brains to compare them to, Ivan. There's a lot of things that haven't changed, but I would hazard a guess that there are some things that have changed. I'm not a neuroscientist or anything else like that, but an interesting thing that I saw in a TikTok video was this dude talking about the whole that ADHD is not like a condition, but is a like it was something that was beneficial at a previous point in time in our development, right? Like with the whole hunter-gatherer aspect. Because of the way that the ADHD functions, people with those capacities were capable of different things, and they were more effective at living under those conditions. And because the conditions have changed, now they are out of place, and the alleged neurotypicals are the ones who are like more adapted for this, allegedly. Like, again, I think a lot of these things exist on a spectrum, and there's a bunch of stuff that I'm pretty sure that I have, and I only know that by like seeing what people talk about, which is why I advocate for normalizing talking about mental health, talking about health, and that kind of things. Positively selected for. There's only so much room in the brain, Maddie, and it's crammed full of AI. Speaking of, I hope Karna's here. Karna, are you here? You're not here. Well, then you're going to miss it. We're going to do the AI and art thing. I'm going to respond to this video from 9 months ago. Why am I responding to this video from 9 months ago? Because it was presented to me on Monday to respond to. And I believe I've actually responded to it before, but we've come a long distance from that point in time. And I noticed something when I was looking into stuff, right? You notice right here, AI in art is a search term. Okay? This video is from 9 months ago. And I did this search. Whoa. And this is the thing. 2 months ago, right? And this is the truth about selling AI art. Right? And then Shadiversity from 2 months ago did this video that I never watched, and other people didn't like it. And then there's this. And that's what, like, can you not? Is that artistic nudity? It's on friggin' YouTube. So I look for AI and art videos. It's not even nudity, but it's close, right? Like, I don't want... If I do an AI and art search in the past month, it's all of this. Right? What up, Nemesis? Naughty, right? So it's all classically attractive booba women. Generally speaking, there's some other ones. But this is it. Like, no one's making videos about AI and art anymore. Right? There was a bunch of them and trickled down, and then a couple of the YouTube essayists came out like 2 months ago and did some stuff, and now we're like just not talking about it anymore within the space. Now, this doesn't mean that no one's talking about it. There are people who still feel very strongly, but either like I'm would have to jump to a variety of conclusions on this matter. Like are the effects of AI art not as big as what people thought? It could be that the quality of AI art or whatever it was that they're concerned is going to happen simply hasn't happened yet. There's a variety of different reasons why nobody's doing it. And all the way up to it wasn't a thing. It was a concern, but it didn't actually happen. And I'm not saying any of those. Again, my position is that all of the conflict between people who create art in whatever capacity you want to allow for the creation of art with AI and people who create art by any other means, that conflict is just nibbling around the edges, right? Like it is again, it is 100-year-old argument, 200-year-old argument. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Real quick, as an aside, Servant. If you have access to programming on Apple Plus TV thing, Servant, it's an M. Night Shyamalan series. I'm about halfway through it, and like M. Night Shyamalan should have been making TV shows, like series, as opposed to making movies, right? Like The Happening. It's just the nature of how he likes to do the twists all the time plays so much better. Like every episode has a twist, but you're there for it, right? Like it's so good. The reason I bring that up is because Betamax tape and player make an appearance in this series. I'm enjoying the shit out of it. It is wild. I like it. So yeah, the point is nibbling around the edges. The solution is that we have to get into, the fundamentals behind it, which is we need a better way of distributing resources. We need to meet people's material conditions better. And we can do that, I think, with AI, and make AI art an aesthetic choice. End of the day, I think people keep expecting some kind of sci-fi version of AI when what we got is databases with leveraged reactionary output of other people's work. I don't know that I would characterize it in that way, but let me fire this up and we will see if my point gets across.
The subject of AI art is en vogue. While the explosion of ChatGPT into the mainstream and the threat that tool poses to all the email and copywriting jobs of the world has been dominating the mainstream conversation, image generation tools like Stable Diffusion and Midjourney and the rest of them have become the subject of a lot of conversation in my communities among artists and creatives. Opinions are, as they are about anything, divided, although in the circles where I run, people are generally less than enthusiastic about these tools, at best seeing them as intellectually and spiritually vapid spam engines, and at worst as an existential threat based on theft and abuse. Before I did this YouTube...
Now, in case you thought that this was going to be like a nuanced, opinion or nuanced video that was going to like weigh both sides and come to a conclusion. This is not. Military AI is its own thing. I am adamantly against it. There are videos on it. I highly recommend everyone see Unknown Killer Robots if you haven't. That's where I'm at. Like, it's a bad idea. There's, unfortunately, because we live in a competitive world and no one is, like, everyone isn't willing to say, no, we're not going to do that, then everyone is going to do it. And it sucks ass, and I have no solution for that. My most hopeful outcome in relation to that is an AI version of mutually assured destruction, where just everyone has enough of it that no one really uses it. Right? That is the best thing that I can come up with. That's what I got. But yeah. This person has views, this person has opinions. The flavor of the entire video contains a certain level of snark, and that's what we have. Love to. How about a nice game of chess?
Tube nonsense for a living. I did a different kind of nonsense. I was a mid to low tier independent comic artist and illustrator, making rent by taking commissions and praying that someone would subscribe to my Patreon. For someone who is in the position that I used to be in, AI art tools are, objectively, a direct threat to their livelihoods. The market that forms the basis for the kind of work that I used to do, for the business I used to run, is being directly targeted for destruction. And so is the skilled labor of every mid-level concept and text.
Yes. And that's the next slide. Shall we play a game? Love to. How about global thermonuclear war? Because that's the thing. You have to say the words that you're typing into the keyboard, and then like that. We're with you.
Texture artist, every in-betweener on an animation production, every storyboarder, and every artist who makes a living making Twitch emotes and drawing people's D&D characters. Even the usually preternaturally...
And again, I haven't really seen this for my own channel. I do use AI art. I use AI art that's been created by other people. Most recently, we had the original videos, or the original pictures created by Old Lobster. I ran them through a thing called Pika Labs that was able to give them like more expression and turn them into motion emotes, and then I converted them into GIFs, and then I put them in the chat, and now we have Happy Clippy and Angry Clippy, and I think that it's funny because like people will often use Clippy as like that ChatGPT is just Clippy, right? Like Clippy writ large and like that. So I think it's funny. I do not, and I'm going to get into that, right? But specifically, like, to be fair, right? Because I will be fair where he will not, and that's fine. Is that I did not function within this space, right? Like, I didn't learn digital art. I did a couple forays into digital art, but I haven't really, put forth that level of that's required to get good at digital art. But I create physical art. Can you see? We'll go big for a second. You can't really see it, but right there, that is a canvas that has planets on it. There's a planet and a moon. I did that. In the Discord, I put pictures of my art. I did epoxy on a 3/4 inch particle board that I then also converted into a table, and like that. I create art. I am an artist. No one can say that I am not an artist. I made art with these two hands. I sold it to people. People gave me money for the art. It hangs on people's walls in different states, right? I am an artist. So I feel that I am in a privileged position to speak on this matter because I am one of these people who would allegedly be affected by this. With that given caveat of, I haven't done digital art, okay? With AI or without, Maddie? All right.
The resilient, not safe for work art market is feeling.
Oh, yeah. The point I was trying to make was that if AI art wasn't a thing that existed, then I would not have these additional emotes. I have paid for emotes, right? This emote and this emote were created by Magic City Murals. They're great at what they do. I love Magic. But I can't afford emotes, like handcrafted artisanal emotes. I can't afford that. So there just simply would not be additional emotes. There would be the emotes that I have. There's the original ones I have that are pretty much hot garbage. There's the ones that Magic created, which are great. And then there's the ones that have been created with AI since then that are varying levels of great. Like, being honest across the board. I think the Clippy ones are great, but like that. But this is like, there's no way that I could afford a whole slew of emotes. When I see people like with great emotes and they're all like, they obviously had someone create them all, respect. But they also have large audiences and they have, a lot of subs, right? If I had more subs, maybe I could make more emotes, but that's where we are. What up, humanity? Maybe traditional artists feel the way film photographers were when digital cameras became the norm. It's technology some don't know how to use. It's part of it. Like, it really there was how the painters felt when the camera was made, and then how people who took traditional film felt about the digital camera, and then the added layer of how digital processing software has changed the digital camera game. It's like a whole thing. But they're artisanal handmade emotes. And they also take a long time to create. I'm not going to point out anybody, but I'm seeing how long it takes for people to create stuff digitally.
The squeeze with image generation tools increasingly able to output infinite amounts of instant gratification. AI art tools are designed explicitly to eliminate the cost of labor for all those forms of work. And since no human being can compete with free, in air quotes, those tools are going to drive working artists directly out of business.
Again, maybe this happened over the past 9 months, but I haven't seen any data to indicate that it's happened, right? Like, theoretically, people are losing jobs, that people are generating AI art that would have gone to a human person, but a lot of those claims seem to be based on feels rather than because there are multiple reasons why a person might not have gotten any particular job. There's cost disease with art, as dehumanizing as that term sounds, in the way that there is with things like educators and healthcare workers, making artists deserving of a level of payment that a lot of people can't afford, at least at much of a scale. What up, Brian? Yeah, no, this is a thing. Like, I appreciate the person who bought. I did 2 3x4 canvases. And I appreciate the person who bought them. Right? I was at a show, and they bought them from me. I do not appreciate being haggled over my art, right? Like, they haggled me down on the price. And I let them. I could have told them to go fuck themselves. But I needed more materials. And in order to get more materials, I need money. And so it goes.
So, let's talk about AI art. And something I want to say up front is that I'm not very interested in debating whether AI art is art. I am of the if it walks like a duck school.
And respect for this framing. Absolutely. I see perception-wise there's a difference between I have a Hundertwasser here and this is a nice AI rendition, but still there is certainly an impact. Like, and that's another thing, is like Vincent van Gogh, right? One of my favorite painters, right? Identified as a failure during the time in which they created art. Only created art for a period of 9 years and did not hit and did not make money and had a tragic ending. It's only after the fact that his art became valuable, that there is something in it, both financially and like from an aesthetic point of view, you know?
School of thought, and AI art is, for all practical intents and purposes, art. Right now, we can usually spot it if we pay attention to the telltale signs, but the technology is advancing and we will all fail that Turing test someday. And if our only objection to AI art is that we can tell that it isn't real art, then that objection is going to fall apart the moment the machine can make it look convincing enough.
Agreed. This is my entire, like, a lot of arguments against AI art fall into this kind of category of, you know, it's not art because it doesn't do this. So then when it does that, then at that point, it is art, is what you're telling me by making that argument. And like, remember the teeth? Remember the fingers? It still happens. You will still get AI art with bad teeth and bad fingers and all that kind of stuff, but it is much less prominent than it used to be, and like, there are easy ways to mitigate it if you structure your prompt properly.
So, AI art is art. The more interesting question is, what kind of art is it? What are the conditions for its production? And what does it do? And I think that in order to talk about those things, we should first very clearly establish that the fact that we all collectively call this stuff.
Now, there's a whole thing that is going to happen. I'm just setting you up for the fact that, like, there's a clear issue that exists within the argument that my man here is about to make. And we'll get to that in a second. And I'm wondering, like, there's a lot of stock footage in here, and these two people holding solar panels, like, they're being sold solar panels.
Stuff. AI art is the result of an incredibly successful marketing and branding exercise by the people and companies who stand to get rich from selling the technology. AI art is not.
Every so often, whenever I do AI art searches and it colors my YouTube searches, inevitably there's Rob Liefeld videos or Liefeld videos that come up within that same context.
Not made by AI. There is no artificial intelligence involved with any stage of the production process of AI art. Despite what the AI difficulty settings in your favorite video game might have you believe, nobody has ever invented a true artificial intelligence.
So this is the no true Scotsman fallacy applied to AI, right? What is your definition of artificial intelligence? Your definition of artificial intelligence is your bar for what it's capable of. And the joke that I make is that until AI can play the banjo, it's not real AI, right? And Demis Hassabis is the one that I lean into their definition, because you have to miss out on a lot of the history, or intentionally ignore a lot of the history about artificial intelligence and its development under capitalism in order to play this game with artificial intelligence, right? So artificial intelligence made a lot of promises back in the day, and it didn't get to the capabilities, and people withdrew funding, and using the term artificial intelligence was basically guaranteed for you to lose funding. Like, your project wasn't going to get funded if you used artificial intelligence, and this is referred to as an AI winter. And there's been more than one. And then different words started coming up, like instead of artificial intelligence, they use machine learning, right? Now, maybe it's just me, but artificial and machine and intelligence and learning sound like associated words. I digress. Demis Hassabis uses artificial intelligence, and others, not just them. It's just, I like saying Demis Hassabis. The artificial intelligence is the act of learning, is the act of accomplishing goals, is the act of that kind of stuff. So that's what artificial intelligence means to me. The framing, and I have already watched this video on multiple occasions, so I did pre-watch, but the artificial intelligence is used in this video and by this person and by a lot of people who are against AI or don't believe in AI. They're looking at the superintelligence, the artificial general intelligence, the Skynet kind of thing, where it's like all-knowing and all-powerful. So when they say AI, that's what they're referring to. And yes, at this point in time, there is no evidence that we have achieved anything like that. But to say that this isn't artificial intelligence is inaccurate, in my opinion, right? Like, based and the opinion of people who work in the space. There are people here who might disagree, and they work in this space. But that's the definition that I'm operating off of, so that you understand where you stand with me.
And certainly nobody is using one to generate big-titty anime waifus with horribly distorted nightmare hands. These tools are not run by artificial intelligences, they are run by machine learning algorithms. And
machine learning algorithms. It's not artificial intelligence because it's not, and then it's only machine learning. As opposed to looking at the thing under an entire umbrella of artificial intelligence, as opposed to that, instead breaking it up into these distinct categories. And the joke is, most recently that I heard it, saw it, from Ray Kurzweil, is that it's only artificial intelligence until it works, and then once it works, it becomes something else. It becomes software, it becomes machine learning. For me, the key factor is reasoning. The AI can infer things like, why might the desk not fit into the room? And it works through that understanding. It understood the concepts of a table, a room, measurements, doors, and so on. and that only from text. That is amazing. Yeah, and there's a video that I hope we get to later, where Ilya Sutskever is talking about world models, and that the process that you just described there is the generation of a world model. And generating a world model, there's another video talking about intelligence, is something that animals do, and in ways that we would ascribe as having some kind of intelligence. But intelligence is another one of those words that people use, and what they mean is human intelligence. But intelligence, that's an anthropocentric view of intelligence. There are levels of intelligence with any particular domain. I feel like it's a term that is experiencing oversaturation in media without that clear delineation between what it is and the sci-fi imaginings that live in people's heads for real. You're not wrong. And this is the thing, is that this is a common thing, though, that we are doing nowadays, is that we are arguing over terms without a shared definition of those terms, and so we're arguing past each other and about other things.
These algorithms are no different in nature than the one that decided to recommend you this YouTube video, no different than the one deciding which ads to show you on every website that you visit, and no different than the algorithm shoveling recommended content into your face on TikTok, Instagram, or Twitter. These algorithms may have different purposes, but they are all made from the same technology. It is important to establish.
And again, everything is propaganda, right? This you're watching me, propaganda. This guy, propaganda, right? This is what I use propaganda in its proper context. Is I'm trying to get you to listen to me, and he's trying to get you to listen to him. There's no judgment attached to the term propaganda, but it's propaganda. And when you have media literacy and you're listening, it's not just what is being said, but it's how it's being said and everything else, and the inflection on his voice when he talks about what this is capable of, right? There's a difference to that connects with parts of your brain, bypassing a lot of what you have to protect you from propaganda. And respect. I mean, you're trying to get your point across, and it is what it is.
Establish this for a couple of reasons. First of all, because by branding these products as artificial intelligence, the people who seek to profit from them are engaging in what I would essentially call a kind of soft fraud, a blatant false form of advertising.
Again, it's only fraud and false advertising if your definition of artificial intelligence requires it to be AGI. If, your artificial intelligence scale is a scale and has squirrel level artificial intelligence as a possible level, then it depends on how nuanced your definition of artificial intelligence is. How general is general? Well, the ultimate AGI, the current, at least the current general definition, the definition of general from the loudest people talking about it, is that it is as good as the average human, or is better than the average human at all tasks, right? Or most tasks, or something to that effect. Oh, you caught me right in that chin. You don't understand how sharp these friggin' claws are. But again, your mileage may vary. What is it that it needs to be capable of? If you require one piece of software, what up, Karna? I'm glad you're here because this is the video. if you require one AI to be that general, then we might not ever get there, in spite of having something that does the same thing, which is, in what I believe is going to happen, is that you will have a bunch of very narrow AIs that are good at very specific jobs, and then the AI, what up, Digital, is there's an AI that's going to choose the right narrow AI to accomplish that task, and that to me sounds like AGI. Humans may get too that's magic human theory. We get into that, or at least I do.
It makes their products sound more sophisticated and futuristic than they really are, and it obscures the reality of what these tools actually do and how they function. And yes, I know plenty of them have been released as open source software, but the people they're trying to sell these things to aren't going to be programmers. They're not going to go through the technical white paper. The second reason it's important is that conceptualizing AI art as artificially intelligent muddies the waters of all conversation about it. Implying that there is an artificial intelligence at play, a mind, opens the conversation to all.
See, but like, and I'm not jumping to conclusions and imparting the worst possible definitions to them. I want to be absolutely fair. This is important, right? There is no benefit to me or to you to just, oh, you stupid. Like, none of that helps. What I want is to understand what they are trying to say and then respond to that and give them the most largest possible amount of grace in understanding what they're trying to say. And they spell it out in here that artificial intelligence requires a mind. These are two separate things. The mind and the brain are two separate things. The mind lives within the brain, but they are not the same thing. And to conflate them means that you don't actually understand that the mind and the brain are two separate things.
All sorts of philosophical debate about the true nature of consciousness and creativity. How can you say that these machines are not creative? Who are you to define what counts as a real consciousness? It creates a smokescreen of false ethical dilemmas, and it makes people give a leniency.
Also, this is a straw man.
To AI art that we would never ever extend to the algorithm shoveling 400 banner ads in our face when we're just trying to read a goddamn article.
I don't know. The CGP Grey video that I'm not going to show you on algorithms, there's a few of them actually, but there's one in particular, seem to imply a level of intelligence, right? Like, because these algorithms were capable of learning. It just doesn't look like biological intelligence, and because it doesn't look like biological intelligence, then we use our anthropomorphic centered view and our magic human theory in order to negate the fact that it actually is intelligent, which is my position. It is intelligence. It's just like there are animals. Ferris is intelligent. Ferris has levels of intelligence. Is Ferris capable of working the computer? No. Does that mean that Ferris is not intelligent and that you have to hit some Terminator on which on the other side, it's her. Don't misgender my cat. Like, I believe that there are spectrums, that there are scales more often than there are clear delineations between one thing and another.
These machine learning algorithms, in the very simplest of terms, are prediction engines. They are designed to attempt to predict a desired outcome.
I've already been over 1,000,000 times about how your brain is a prediction engine, and that the reason that good comedy, and horror work is because they subvert expectations of your prediction. And this is not me pulling shit out of my ass. This is backed up by the science. So I love CGP Grey, but specifically CGP Grey apparently has said that he does not want people using his content for reaction. And though I believe that what he meant was like that I react to it and then I upload it to YouTube and it could be different. If someone specifically expresses, do not use my content to react to, I'm going to respect that. Like, that's clear. That this is issues of consent. You know what I mean?
Output based on a given input. When you ask ChatGPT to write you an essay, it cycles through an unspeakably complicated series of mathematical calculations to predict, one word after another, what a successful output might look like. It doesn't think about any of those words, it doesn't know what they mean, and it doesn't know what kind of context that they have. All it knows is how to predict.
And see, and this is where I don't think that this person understands how these functions. Again, we're going to watch the video later of Ilya Sutskever talking about building a world that these LLMs build a world model. I believe that there is some inherent understanding of context based on the association of words. But because it looks so different from what humans think intelligence looks like, that this is just discounting that.
Mathematically, which series of words in a particular order will lead to a satisfactory result for the user. And I bring this up because I want to dismantle a particular argument. I have seen it argued many, many times that AI image generation tools work in a way that is comparable to the process of human creativity.
We'll just go.
AI art tools mix up a database of preloaded images to arrive at something new, and isn't that just what we do? Don't humans also mix and match their experiences to produce new outputs? How can you say that it's so different? This argument fundamentally misunderstands how brains work. First of all, the human mind does not run on binary code.
This doesn't matter. The fact that your brain doesn't run on binary code is irrelevant. It is absolutely irrelevant. But the presentation of it implies that it matters. Right? This is the first time in the video at 6 minutes in when this big placard jumps out in front and it uses two different fonts to indicate that the human mind does not run on binary code. Like that matters. It implies that it matters. It implies that it's important. But it doesn't. Again, why would that matter? If the human mind did run on binary code, it wouldn't change their argument. Well, a part of that, Maddie, is because we, like the people who wanted people to get into computers, not just like the businesses, but the teachers and everything else. Humans have to relate something to something else in order to understand it, generally speaking. And that was the closest thing they had that had any kind of accuracy. So there is a whole history over the past, 40 some odd years of people doing exactly that. And it's a classic case of the model being useful, but inaccurate. Yeah, I'm with you, Nemesis. You and I are on the same page on this.
Code, but it also completely misunderstands how these machine learning algorithms work. Machine learning tools do not make decisions. They don't think critically, they don't reflect, and they have no awareness of what they are doing. They are simply engines of manipulated probability. If you want to.
And again, like, I don't know where any of you are on the idea of free will, right? And whether or not you are in fact capable of executing free will, or whether or not you are just an infinitely complex or near infinitely complex, compilation of a variety of different natural processes and like that. Ultimately, on that thing, I think it doesn't matter. It doesn't change how I have to move through the world. I tend to believe the other, Maddie. Like, that's where I am. I don't think that free will is actually something that exists, but I think after a certain level of complexity that it's almost indistinguishable. But that's an entirely separate issue. Creative process is similar because the creative process happens in the human brain and then uses the tools created by other human brains in place of canvas, brush, and paints. Of course, it will be similar, but the computer isn't being creative in any way. It's doing the math and processing exactly as it was designed. Yeah, you talk about free will later. You see that? The wrong framing. Free will isn't an illusion for someone, right? Like the idea, and we're getting off topic, but this will be the last thing I say on free will, no matter what y'all type in chat. It is an emergent property of the way that the human mind works and our perception of reality, that this infinitely complex system is seen as free will, right? If the illusion is for lots of caveats, lots of crime bunnies, anyone, it's for the self, right? The person who's saying that they have free will. Because the alternative is that you live in a deterministic, universe and don't have any choices and anything else like that. And that scares the crap out of some people.
A way to visualize these tools, imagine a giant pachinko machine with a vast and impossibly complex network of pegs. These pegs bounce balls back and forth in insanely complex ways until they land in a specified pattern. You as a user can make the balls land in any position and pattern that you want simply by changing.
This is incorrect, right? Like, I don't want to overstate. It's not incorrect, but it way oversimplifies what's actually happening. This whole specified pattern, and you can make it land in any way that you want. But even if you accept it, it's going to undermine other aspects of the argument that they are going to make later on.
Changing how the balls go into the machine. Your prompt decides the output. But at no stage of the process is the machine thinking. It was designed to allow for a huge range of outputs from a huge range of inputs, but the balls don't bounce on the pegs creatively. They just bounce according to math. All of this is to say that AI art is a
Again, like the idea that the fundamental underlyings of the entire universe is math. So
misnomer. There is no artificial intelligence involved in any stage of this process. I will not entertain credulous philosophical arguments about, but how do you define intelligence?
See? This is a preemptive dismissal and the use of the accent in order to add to that dismissal.
Because I'm not 18 anymore, first of all, and this isn't an intro.
Referring to anyone who would bring up the argument, as I did, about intelligence earlier as being a child, as opposed to actually having a nuanced understanding of what intelligence actually is. It's debate bro shit.
To philosophy class with a stoned TA who gives you a passing grade just for showing up. These are machine learning tools. They are probability models, and they are not creative in any normal human reasonable sense of that word.
Normal human reasonable sense of the word. Right? This is, even if you agree with the AI art is not art, think about that in another framing, right? Where you have heard people use that kind of language rather than respond to an actual point that you agree with. Right? Just change the argument to something that you actually agree with, and how you would react if someone said that the thing that you are thinking of, no reasonable, normal human would think that. And you'll see why, like, this is not a good argument.
But of course, with that established, even though the tools themselves are not creative, surely human beings can still use them in creative ways, right? No, the answer.
I couldn't even pause there fast enough. Sorry. I'm sure a bunch of you just got like lit up and your thumbs are ready to say some shit.
Answer to that question is no. But before we get to that point, let's just step back for a second. I just spent the previous section of the video arguing that AI art tools are not equivalent or even similar to human minds, and thus you can't compare what a machine learning algorithm does to human creativity. But let's assume that I am completely wrong about that. Let's assume that that entire section of the video was nonsense. Let's assume that they are equivalent. When a machine learning algorithm generates an image based on a prompt, it is engaging in the exact same creative process that a human would. And
again, the framing. It is not engaged in the exact same creative process that a human does. It is not. I will never make that argument. What it does in a different way. 100% agree with that statement, right? Like, there are a bunch of things that are similar to what humans do, but like, it is not human. Ergo, it doesn't do things as a human would. But if it can do something that has similar results, then it might be, as Lobster says, creating. Right? And it is definitely, because right now, Midjourney is sitting there not making pictures because I am not engaged with it. At some future state, it might auto-create. But right now, it does not do that. So, when I use Midjourney to create a picture, it is teamwork. I provide the impetus, I provide the creativity in what I wish to see. And because it's happening out here as opposed to in here, it is a different looking mechanism. You know what I mean? Because you do this. If you create art, before you crack open the whatevers, you do a whole lot of a similar process in outcome, right, to what these things do. If you've ever used an AI art program, like I use Leonardo, right, you will generate a lot more art than you will ever use, right? You will generate a lot more pictures than you will ever use because you're looking for something that is closer to what it is that you are trying to, whatever your vision is, right? And we haven't gotten quite there yet where you can just put on the helmet and see what is in your brain. But you do that in your brain. When you create art, you work through a bunch of different ideas in your head before you crack open the whatevers to begin applying the whatever to whatever. That right there, Ivan, is kind of one of the things that, like, where I get frustrated within because it's external as opposed to internal, but fundamentally it's a very similar process. And that appears to be a sticking point that I cannot properly communicate to people. And when I say get frustrated, I get frustrated with my own lexicon. I get frustrated with my own inability to explain what it is that I'm thinking to another human being for a variety of reasons. But that's where, like, to me, the prompt that I type in is actually very similar to the prompt that exists within my brain when I desire to create something. And there's actually a few layers of iteration that happen in the brain, and then I begin typing, and then I do active iteration because I change my prompt. Once I see what the output is, now I see, okay, I'm not getting what I want. Why am I not getting what I want? How do I need to change my input to get the proper output? And so we go. It's very similar what happens in my brain before I make physical art. I understand this. I can't express it properly to other people.
Thus, its output is equally creative. If this is true, what the hell makes you think that the prompter counts as the artist? When I take a commission from a client, they tell me to various levels of specificity.
The point behind this section is that previously he said basically that the AI doesn't create anything. Then he says, let's say I'm completely wrong. Now I'm going to talk about why the AI artist is not an actual artist, completely ignoring the previous argument that he just made, because he allowed himself to do that. He gave himself permission to not have that context.
What they want me to draw, and my job is to follow their directions. But when the piece is finished and I deliver it to them, everybody on Earth, from children to copyright lawyers to national governments, universally understand that I am the artist who created the art. The commissioner may have prompted me and told me a lot of the details about what to put in there, but no.
Nemesis, I don't know what that you're using that runs without an input, but both Pika Labs and Leonardo require me to put something in there. So
no matter how specific their instructions were, they will never be the artist. So if the creative process of a machine learning algorithm is equivalent to the process of a human, then why should the prompter be credited with anything that it makes? In this scenario, the machine is the artist. In this scenario, the machine is creative. The prompter is merely the commissioner. Even the most arrogant Medici patron of the Renaissance would never have gone around Florence claiming that he's sculpted the statues of Michelangelo just because he asked for them to get made. So, if machine learning algorithms are creative, then AI artists definitely can't be. But of course, I don't really believe that. Machine learning algorithms are not creative. They are, like pencils, brushes, rulers, and paints, merely tools. And all tools can be used creatively, in theory. If we ignore all real-world context, all questions about how the tools were made, how they function, ethics, copyright, the lot of it, then yeah, absolutely. Like many of my fellow artists, I can absolutely see how these things could be useful. You can save a lot of labor with something like that. And if a creative mind applies the tool in a clever way, creativity will result. Unfortunately, we don't live in a world without.
So, do you see what happened? Makes a claim about the AI not being creative, then uses the negation of that claim in order to say that the AI artists are not the artists, they are the commissioners, and then moves on from that without implying the opposite, right? That if the AI is not creative, then the person who did the prompt would have to be. Again, His framing, AI art is art. It walks like a duck. That's what he said.
Context. This is not the platonic realm of ideas. This is the dirty, complicated world of reality.
Now, what he's going to do is then move on from that and attack the tool itself, which, don't get me wrong, there are ethical issues with how the whole thing was set up, and I don't disagree. But again, my solution for that is compensation, and the compensation for that is that we meet everybody's material conditions and stop nibbling around the edges.
Reality where things have nuance and circumstances outside the nature of the tool may conspire to render the tool creatively useless. Because here's the problem. AI art tools as they exist today are universally created with stolen labor. And I'm not using that as a legal term. I'm sure some slimeball lawyer in a fancy suit can point to a technicality in some badly written copyright statute from the 1830s that
this is a variation on the straw man where you paint this imaginary, the thing that I believe is obviously moral and righteous, and the person who would argue with me is going to use some sort of tactic as opposed to have an actual authentic counter-argument.
That makes it not a crime to steal 100 million pieces of artwork for a database. Somehow, I'm using it as a moral term. The only reason AI art tools work at all is because they have enormous databases of previous art to draw upon. This is the fuel that powers.
Well, see, here's the thing, Devil. First of all, welcome in. Coming in hot as per spec. I expect human beings to be human and have be the result of their particular circumstance and their understanding. Their understanding of situations, the information they received, the conditions under which they were raised, all that other stuff. I don't automatically assume and refer to them as a piece of shit. Okay, well then, and We're in Hell is the one video guy. Is that the one I'm thinking of? Yeah. Okay. Well,
them, and those databases were compiled from millions of images that were used without permission. AI art tools as they currently exist are a means by which you can extract the benefit of millions of man-hours of other people's labor without their permission, without having to pay them, and without adding an ounce of effort yourself. AI art tools at their core cannot create anything new. They are converters. They convert the collected effort and labor of past work into new forms. That past work, those millions of images...
And this is a fundamental issue I have with the way that people understand the creation of new things. Like in a consensual way, Devil, or a non-consensual way? Because I could tell you about one girlfriend I had, and I won't, but I could. This is my thing, is that people seem to think that then that's fucked. That you can create something absolutely new. And there's zero evidence for this. Zero. Anything new that gets created is the intersection of a variety of different things. Thank you, Devil. Just as I was talking about how people is from their conditions, the intersection of all their conditions. The way that you come up with new ideas is the same thing. You don't invent something new in a vacuum. It's impossible. when you create something new, you use a variety of existing things. Show me one thing. I'm open. Prove me wrong. Tell me the brand new thing that was created by someone that wasn't an intersection of previously existing things.
Those are the fuel. They are the thing that powers the whole operation. Without those images to draw upon, these algorithms cannot produce anything.
And again, like it is ethically unallowable to raise a child without like stuff, right? Like without, you know, the creative aspects of how we raise children and everything else. But if you were to raise a child in some way that completely excluded anything that could remotely be considered art, what would they be able to create? I mean, obviously, like, if you gave them a pencil and a paper, then, and they understood how to use it, and they understood somehow that they were, like, that they could construct a external representation, their external representation that they would create would be based on whatever else they had experienced. Any people that they came into contact with, the space that they lived in, whatever their favorite thing was, like whether that be food or their blankie or their bear or what have you. People who create art spend a lot of time in taking other people's art and get motivated by their twist on stuff that they have seen before. Like, I like this anime style, but I also like this thing over here. And if I put that anime style and this thing over here together, then I end up with, you know, Studio Ghibli or whatever. Like, that's how that works. Creativity does not spawn from nothing. It is associating disparate elements, maybe. This is when we say someone is very creative, because they take things that we would not associate, but they are two things that already exist.
Without the labor of artists to create training data, there can be no AI tools. Any creativity that is possible with AI art tools is possible due to the creativity of the artists whose work form the basis for the tool's functionality. No training.
Everything I already said is my response to this part.
Data, no algorithm. Therefore, with the currently available tools, AI artists cannot be creative. No matter how good their ideas, no matter how creative their prompts, the only possible output from a fuel tank of stolen creativity is plagiarism. And I think we generally all...
And as H Bomber Guy, and this was, I immediately came, this is not what plagiarism is. H Bomber Guy, if nothing else, with their 4-hour video, clearly defined what plagiarism is. Plagiarism is when you take what somebody did and present it as your own. The act of taking something that someone else did and doing it in your own way is what we call creativity. It's an aspect, not the entirety. Is creativity. Right? Like, if I take Hamlet and I don't know, like rewrite it and I make it like more violent and I include Vikings and like make it really dark, then I come up with the Norsemen. That's how that works. And we respect, people talk about the Norsemen. It is like, I thought it was okay. It didn't really do it for me. But that notwithstanding, that's an aesthetic choice. It's personal preference. I'm not going to hate the people who enjoyed the Norsemen. Hamlet, shark, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Hamlet, shark, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. That was creativity, right? That was a dual layer. Seven took Hamlet and Maritime Theme, put them together, created Hamlet Shark. That is a piece of creativity. I then took it and associated it with another thing, Baby Shark, and did the little song. It's not particularly impressive creativity, but it happens all the time. It can't exist without the elements that compose it. And it's not plagiarism. It's not plagiarism. 4 hours of H-Bomber Guy. That's not what plagiarism is.
All agree that plagiarism isn't creativity. Now, even if we were to imagine an AI generation tool based entirely on public domain data, that is, data that isn't stolen from anyone, there are still intrinsic limitations to these machines. As I said, they are converters. The most an AI generation tool can ever do is rearrange the data it has access to into a different pattern based on a prompt. Thus,
define how that's different from creativity. Like in this context, I know I'm probably irritating old Lobster, like, but like, that's you arrange the data that you have in a different pattern based on the prompt, and the prompt is your thing. Oh, did you do the thing? Any more clips? Hamlet shark doo 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 doo. Hamlet shark doo 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 doo. That was creativity. Hamlet shark doo 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 doo. Thank you, Seven.
Thus, the absolute highest quality of work it can produce will always be just a little bit less than the quality of what is fed into it. But more
then everything that has happened over time has been less creative than what has come before it. This is your argument, right? Like this is what follows.
Importantly, this also means that it inherits every single bias, every single flaw, and every single problem that is present.
Just like what humans create. Like this is because that's what's present in your training data.
In the training data it is built from. So if, for example, its training data contains a substantial majority of light-skinned characters, the model will always assume that the most likely desired result from a user is lighter skin on the...
Like, oh my god! Oh... Like, you can see this, right? Like, look at the previous, I don't know how many years of television. And how all the characters on television, the vast majority of characters on television were white folks. Because the training data was white folks. And now we begin to fix the training data. And now we have more inclusion. We have more representation. And that's a good thing. I think we all agree on that.
Character, because that trait is disproportionately weighted in the data. Some people have already found that even if they ask image generation tools for dark-skinned characters, the tools will make the skin as light as possible because that bias is present in the training.
Some people did this. People are saying
data. And this problem extends to everything. Anime art, for example, has a tendency to default to larger eyes for female characters and smaller eyes for male characters. So, if you ask an image generation algorithm trained on anime art for male and female characters, these are the tropes it will reproduce. The end result of those tendencies is homogenization. Image generation tools.
I mean, this is what, like, go right now. Go look for artists drawing anime on Twitch, and the masculine identifying characters will look that way, and the feminine identifying characters will look the other way. Like, and you can fix that in your AI art anime generation by editing your prompt.
Simply due to the way they are constructed, will regress towards the lowest common denominator. Always. In simplified terms, whatever is most common is assumed to be most desirable. Whatever is most popular
is an issue with society.
Will be most copied. I hope we can all agree that regressing to the lowest common denominator is the opposite of creativity. Creativity is supposed to push and expand the boundaries of human imagination, and image generation tools, by their nature, are designed to produce means and averages. They're designed to copy what already exists. And this isn't a problem.
Reiterating the same points I've already been making.
Problem that you can solve by simply giving the algorithm more training data. That training data has to come from somewhere, and if the sources of training data have a bias, if they have limitations, if they have problems, it doesn't matter how much of it you feed into the algorithm, those problems will persist always. Those inherent...
And you can weight those biases in order to get better outcomes. Like, this is a thing that exists. I had the benefit of 9 months over the video, but this is actually a thing that has always existed within the data sets.
Inherent limitations to creativity will exist always. Anyway, we've spoken a lot about creativity in this video so far, but in doing so, I feel like I have been giving these tools a little bit too much credit. The marketing around AI art certainly emphasizes creativity, but that's not really what these tools are for. The purpose of AI art is a lot more practical and a lot more pedestrian, because the truth is...
You know how much I love just statements. When people say, this is just that. This is a dismissal. Right? That the LLM is just a prediction engine. It is just autocomplete. It is just whatever.
This is a power loom, or an automatic loom. They were first invented around 1785.
And we're going to bring in the Luddites, just obviously, because this is the power loom and talking about that. The issue with the Luddites is an issue of distribution of resources. You know what the solution to that is? Better distribution of resources. It has nothing to do with the AI generating the art. It has to do with meeting people's material conditions, which is something I highly advocate for. That we take the already existing surplus that exists within the space and do a better job of distributing it.
And are one of the big and iconic creations of the Industrial Revolution. The textile industry, its products and its profits were a major driver of invention and advancement in the production of machinery, and the development of automatic looms formed the basis for many other machine automation projects to come. Weaving was traditionally a very labor-intensive job and a very skilled one. Memorizing the steps and movements necessary to turn wool and fibers into woven cloth was a process of learning that could take a lifetime to truly master.
I was going to, what up, Textilian Overlord? I was going to really get into the history of textile making in response to this video, but then I just chose not to do that and just chose to give you this straight reaction to it. This process, as indicated, is very slow. It limits the amount of clothes that people can have, right? And when you have less of something, that means it costs more under the current meta, and it also what do you do when you need another one? Then you get into the guilds. And the idea that the process of learning that could take a lifetime to master, the way that the hierarchy that exists around the guilds and how they went about what they went about is something that gets glossed over in this. I doubt anyone, I could be wrong, but I doubt anyone who advocates against AI art advocates for a guild for artists. Because guess what? You cannot create and sell art unless you are a member of the guild or working under a master. The only people who were members of the guild were the masters. You were an apprentice or you were a journeyman. The apprentice, you work under a master, you learn your skills, you train up, then you eventually reach the status of journeyman, and then you go find a different master. You take the journey. Journey is a term that means day, right? So you would go a day away to another master and learn from them, and then eventually you could become a master, and then you'd be a member of the guild. But otherwise, you had a boss. Not the most ideal situation.
And there were huge deltas in quality and value between the work of a good weaver and the work of a novice. With the introduction of the automatic loom, the quality of work was standardized, and the amount of labor required to turn a given volume of wool into a given volume of cloth plummeted. As a result, not only did weavers and textile workers rapidly lose their jobs, those who were able to retain work working in the new textile factories were subjected to brutal working conditions and heaps of systemic abuse. Factory owners were safe in the knowledge that because tens of thousands of people had been turned out of their jobs, if any worker started complaining, they could simply be fired and replaced by the next starving bastard willing to work for lower pay. In response to these frankly intolerable conditions, workers began to organize and engage in both political activism, petitioning the government for regulations, aid, and legal remedy, and they began to engage in strike actions, breaking into factories and physically destroying the machines that threatened their livelihoods. In England, these striking workers began to call themselves by the name of Luddites. If you know that term today, you know it as a mocking insult that describes a backwards technophobic idiot, an obstinately primitive reactionary who hates science and progress and resents all technology. The real history of the Luddites, though, is a very different thing. The Luddites didn't smash machines because they hated technology. They didn't do it because they were upset about how kids be on their phones nowadays. They did it because the way that factory owners and the wealthy classes used those machines was putting their actual lives at risk. These were people who spent years, almost entire lifetimes, learning to be good at weaving, good at treating textiles, good at doing their craft. They established communities, culture, shared histories, folk songs, and traditions, and the livelihoods and survival of their families was based on the expectation that if they put in the hard work, if they learned a difficult and valuable skill and made that skill available in the market, then they in turn would be rewarded with a fair day's pay for a fair day's work. And then suddenly...
And they also engaged in control of that market to not allow things to threaten it. Now, in some of those things that we would probably regard as good, right? That they were setting minimum levels of quality and things like that. But within any hierarchy, within any structure that exists like that, you also have the potential for corruption. And corruption did exist. Sometimes what you did, you could get by with if you greased the right palms. Also within that context, you cannot weave unless you exist within that system. It didn't, like, there was a time before guilds, but the time that he's talking about is within those guilds.
A machine could do it cheaper, and their human labor, their human craft, their human lives became surplus to requirements. There isn't anything inherently immoral or evil about automation or machinery. They're just tools. But in the hands of capital, these tools were used to destroy communities, to destroy livelihoods, to destroy culture, and destroy traditions.
Agreed. The issue is capital.
They were used to throw human beings into precarity and poverty for no other reason than some dickhead factory owner wanted to get a little bit rich a little bit faster. Maybe you think that the benefits are worth it in hindsight. Like, yes, a lot of people suffered, but that was temporary, and future generations have now reaped the benefits. It's a valid position to take, and I'm wearing a cheap t-shirt from China too, so I don't exactly have a high horse from which to be sanctimonious about it. There are definitely benefits to having cheap fabric so much more available to so many more people. But if you were there back then, and you saw this process happening in front of you, you saw the desperation and the impoverishment, and you saw this part of society being wiped out in front of you, would you have turned your nose up at that? Would you have said, well, this is going to be worth it in 200 years when people can buy a...
And no, I wouldn't have. But this is an emotional argument. Yeah, I mean, part Irish. Right, you're wearing a cheap t-shirt from China, and then there's the whole thing, is like, well, why didn't you buy an American-made shirt? And so on and so forth. But we're not going to go there. We're gonna stay focused.
5-pack of t-shirts for $20 on Amazon. Or would you maybe have thought, hey, what if we came up with a way to do all of this technological advancement without hurting people?
Agreed. Here we agree. Right? Here we agree. As I just stated, I'm not going to do it again.
Wouldn't that be better? I bring all of this up because, like the automatic loom before it, AI art is automation. This story has played out before, and we know how it's going to end.
Which is my point regarding nibbling at the edges, and we've been doing the same crap for the past 200 years. 100 years, 200 years, depending on the thing. Right? We need something different. Right? We have had worker power and worker organizations, if not unions, for almost as long as there's been industrialization and automation. One of the things that happened when they started drawing people away from the fields and into the factories was you put people... One of the things that happens when you work in the field, when you do a boring job, you chat with the people around you. You share ideas, you share conversations, this kind of thing. The same thing happened when people were brought into the cities and into the factories on a larger scale, because you had more diverse groups being drawn in, so you have a greater variation of these ideas, and you have a higher concentration. And you can't keep an eye on them all the time. So the direct result of industrialization was worker organizations. Whatever the simplest version of that. Just a few people who were like, we're not going to take your bullshit. They're leveraging whatever power that they had in order to get more from their employer. Right? Whatever that is. And we've been doing it for 200 years, and it hasn't overturned the system of capitalism. It's not going to. It's just not. We are moving away from that more than we are moving towards it. This is why I talk about AI. This is why I advocate for this idea of full automation. Automate every single friggin' job there is and distribute the resources. Meet people's material conditions.
As I've said, AI art is a morally neutral tool in and of itself, but so is a hammer until you use it to bash in someone's head. Corporations will use machine art as an excuse to destroy the value of creative labor. They will use it to drive down the cost of production, and they will
This I disagree with. You can't destroy the value of creative labor, right? You see this all the time. Like, people complain about the marvelization of the movie industry. That just means that you don't go see those movies anymore. You can make an argument that there are knock-on effects to society by doing that to movies, but there was a time before movies existed, and movies where there are still other movies. The issue is discoverability. I would love to see the discoverability tool, right? The algorithm that exists outside of the profit motive, right? If you have this skill and you create an algorithm that can look at YouTube and based on what I have previously watched before, give me videos that aren't responsive in any way to advertising dollars and all that crap, but actually somehow related to stuff that I watched before, that's a good algorithm. And if you take that algorithm and apply it to Twitch, then you're going to see a lot more of these small creators get more views. There's just very little incentive for Twitch to somehow boost small creators in front of more audiences. You have to get very lucky. But just because the existing meta in Twitch is Hassan, XQC, Amaranth, whatever, other people who I don't watch, right? Like, whatever they're doing, whatever the gamer communities are doing, there is still Globus the Elder talking about AI. You can't kill this. I suppose you could if they charged me to stream, that would kill it for me. I would not be streaming on Twitch if I had to pay $19 a month in order to stream. I could now if you guys kept subbing, because then that would work. But it would prevent new streamers from coming on, which is why I don't think that they would do it. But that's the only way you could do it. Otherwise, new people will continue to fire up this camera, fire up the mic, fire up their phones, and create new content. You can't kill creative. It's the thing where if you try to squish it down in your hands, it squeezes out your fingers.
lay off people by the thousands the moment it is viable to do so. And they will do all of this for no other reason except that some dickhead CEO wants to get a little bit richer, a little bit faster. If you want to imagine the benefits of this new and amazing tool, you also have to remember the people whose livelihoods are going to get crushed by it. People are going to be forced to give up their businesses. They're going to be forced to give up their craft and their dreams. People are going to be thrust in.
There's nothing, like, I overstate. As I said earlier, I had to get haggled down on the prices of my art in order to make money, in order to get new materials, in order to create more art. That's a whole thing that absolutely exists. Right? So I don't want to overplay that. But like, the craft doesn't leave you just because the job leaves you. Also, CEO expert systems being developed right now. One of the easiest jobs you could automate is the CEO.
Into debt because of this. People are going to lose their homes because of this. Not because AI art is evil, but because it creates a set of incentives which the amoral world of business will follow.
Like, to provide you with like a solid, again, being charitable answer, what a CEO does is provide direction for the rest of the company, right? That we are going to move in this direction. Also, a good CEO tends to exist in the PR world, right? Sam Altman does good PR by putting himself out there and not sticking his foot in his mouth like Elon Musk. And he's got a perception about him that he's generally approachable. That's good PR for people, but then he also does good PR to other CEOs. So he can create a situation or participate in the creation of a situation like what exists with Microsoft. That's what a CEO does. Provide a direction for the company and do PR for that company.
Genies generally don't go back in their bottles. AI art is here, it comes with a host of problems, and we're going to have to deal with them. So, what are the solutions? Well, first of all, I don't know. I'm a YouTuber with a history education. I'm not a policy expert or a copyright lawyer. It's going to take a lot of effort by a lot of smart people to figure this shit out, and whatever solutions are implemented are necessarily going to be imperfect. That's just the way of the world. But if I have to try and give some suggestions, okay. The first and most obvious is for the training data to simply be licensed. The people who want to make these tools can reach out to the human beings whose labor will form the core of the functionality of these tools, and then just pay them fairly for the labor that it took to create them. That would at least...
This sounds like a good idea, right? This sounds like a good idea. But it's oversimplified. And I don't want to say, like, don't pay people, right? Because I don't mean don't pay people. Let's just give everyone their material needs and move the fuck on. But how do you delineate what people would be compensated? Realistically, right? Like, you don't have to type in chat. You just have to think about it. Right? Do you do it on a per picture basis? So this person did 7 pictures and this person did 1 picture, then this person gets 7 times what this 1 picture did. But what if this 1 picture is 10 times as complex as the 7, right? Like, wouldn't that imply that this person deserves more compensation? Do you do it by time? I've gone over this before, but like, I have art pieces that came off like that, and I have art pieces that took months to come together. Like this, well, this is a thing. Like, how do art commissions work? Art commissions are a very free form kind of thing. You talk to people and you negotiate what you want, and then you accept whatever you're willing to accept and disagree with and don't take the jobs that you don't. But what happens a lot is that people feel economic pressures to accept a lower amount, and they negotiate themselves to basically working for free. I've seen this so many times in the construction industry where people will drive down their offer to the point where they end up, I've seen people pay to do jobs because they wanted the job more than they wanted to do the math right. This is why I don't take commissions. Because when I start talking about my numbers, a lot of people ghost me. Like, if you want me to come and do your countertops, my number starts at $50 a square foot. There are people out there who will do it for less. There are people out there who will do it for $30 a square foot. I don't understand how that they can do that unless they are using, like, I use quality product. That's part of it. But, like, I've done the math, and I'm only making around $20 an hour at $50 a square foot. If you want me to come do electrical work, it costs me it costs you $100 for me to show up at your house. Now, you get something for that. You get about 3 hours of work for that $100. But that's my number. If you're not willing to give me $100 to come see what your issue is, then you should just contact something else. I'm not mad. But I'm not going to negotiate off that price. And then if it's going to take longer than 3 hours, within that 3 hours, I'm going to tell you. And then we're going to talk about what it is before I've done any actual work. I have an idea what your issue is. I can explain it to you. You can contact someone else if you think you can get it for cheaper. And again, I ain't mad. But because of, like, I have those two frameworks operating side by side is why I don't do commissions anymore. I'm going to create my art. And if you want to buy it, cool. And if you don't, cool. But I was not put on this earth to do work. Which question did I ask in the title? Welcome, Miss Anita Bump. Nice to see you. I don't even remember at this point. I've been arguing with a video for the past hour and 10 minutes. Guardrails as they refer to AI or a different kind of guardrails? Like, if we're talking about highway guardrails, that's a different thing. But if you're talking about AI guardrails, but I appreciate you. They do, in fact, work in a similar way, but they are different. I mean, it depends on your angle of approach and your speed and the weight of your vehicle. All right, let's finish this video.
Make the use and deployment of these tools somewhat ethical. That would at least compensate people for their work and respect their right to consent. The problem, of course, is that under those circumstances, the only entities with the money and IP library to create truly powerful AI art tools are gonna be corporations. Disney, Universal, Fox, Netflix, Tencent, all the companies that already monopolize culture will be granted an even more powerful tool to continue that monopoly. Copyright law is already
the people overstate the control that corporations have over culture, right? Like, don't get me wrong. There is a lot of culture that exists within the corporate space, right? The Lion King, whatever Disney does, whatever any Microsoft, whatever these corporations do, they absolutely have an influence on a portion of the culture. But the very creation of culture produces subculture and counterculture, right? The rejection of these things creates a counterculture. People who master that shit, that's why Furbies and Tamagotchis and Pokemon are so fucking pirate. It's not because kids like them, it's marketing. Like, I mean, part of it is because kids like them, but yes, you're not wrong. Like the whole yellow and red thing with McDonald's and Burger King has to do with these colors make you hungrier, right? Like, the marketing, like the psychology of marketing is extensive.
the personal hobby horse of the Disney Corporation in the United States, and there's no reason to expect that they will abuse the concept of copyright any less once they become able to infinitely replicate the work of every person who has ever worked for them. With robust legislation, they might be made to pay royalties and licensing fees to the artists whose work they exploit, which is better than nothing. But anyone who imagines that these tools will spur the vanguard of some kind of popular revolution of radically free creativity is absolutely dreaming. Broke college students with big ideas and creative hearts are not suddenly going to be taking on Hollywood.
Are they going to be taking on Hollywood? No. But there are people in this chat, in this community, who have open source tools that exist on their home computers that they do creative stuff with. Right? At issue, again, is the issue of discoverability. I do. It's an issue of discoverability. It's an issue of distribution. How do I get my thing in front of more eyes? And the solution, again, is already there. It's an algorithm. Someone needs to be incentivized to create an algorithm that doesn't rely on attempting to exploit that algorithm. Android is open source. OBS, I use OBS. OBS is open source. It can't rely on advertising. It has to actually respond to what the user enjoys. And then someone needs to be incentivized to create that algorithm and then make it available with a good UI. That's the solution. Algorithms exist, UIs exist, distribution networks exist. You could get Google to let you put your discovery algorithm on the Google store. I'm confident. Maybe not. I'm confident you could. So, why hasn't anyone done that? That's a question I don't have an answer to.
Because even if those tools theoretically allowed one person to do the creative output of 100 people, any studio could just hire 100 people and get the creative output of 10.
I had a live techno event called Algorithms. No DJs, all live techno, all machines and synths and shit. So, like, what created the music? Like somebody pushed the button and then it just went and there was techno music all night? Or like people using pads and stuff to create the music?
10,000, plus a marketing department, plus an international publishing arm, plus an army of lawyers to crush all competition before it even gets started. These tools will not democratize anything. They aren't f***ing magic. They will be subject to the same market forces and the same material conditions that everything
Okay, so
else
pads.
is. If left unregulated, these tools are and will always be based on theft. All of the economic incentives guarantee that they must.
And again, I don't have an answer to the regulation argument because on one hand, I see that open source and regulating and stuff like that, but then I also see that regulation can be used for regulatory capture. I don't know. Others use modular and have one thing trigger another and so on and so on, and end up with some really crazy noises you can't get otherwise. It's a thing of beauty.
And the corporations will be the biggest thieves of all. With regulation, well, they are as vulnerable as everything else is to corporate corruption, but we might have some hope that they don't catastrophically destabilize the entire creative labor force immediately. But, okay, I know I'm generally being very cynical here. Do I see any positive potential in these tools? I can certainly try to. Let's say 100 artists get together in a union, and they all agree to pool their collective work into an image generation tool. Everyone in the union can use the tool to help them work, and thus everyone benefits from the advantage of everyone else's.
I appreciate this, don't get me wrong. If you're a streamer and you've ever tried to organize just a stream with you and one other streamer, you're aware of the challenges that exist in trying to do that level of organization. Trying to organize 100 artists into a union, that's way, way upstream. I would agree, Carta. Like, even beyond that, like beyond any ego, there is issues of trust. Many streamers have gotten burned by people either in their lives or in their streaming career. There are issues of like the idea of a union implies a strike. The idea of a strike implies denying your work in exchange for better compensation in the future. But in the period between when you stop working and when you start working again, you still have the same bills to pay and everything else. Like, it's just a lot of people get as far as, organize your labor or, that kind of stuff, and don't really understand the next steps. Right? I said this in relation when I was talking to Evan and Dove, where, like, if a union like the UAW were to go to the emergent Starbucks unions and say, we're going to take our union fund and use it to support you while you do this, then that, like, if they brought their structure, their weight to that, then that's GG's, right? Like, Starbucks employees could unionize very easily. But Starbucks workers are regular folk who are already doing a minimum wage job. Unless they have a support structure that will take care of them while they build between, organizing to actually getting a union contract, they're going to have to go find other work. This is what people need to understand. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm saying understand the things. Understand the terrain. Understand the world as it actually exists so that you can accomplish your goals.
Collective labor. That's at least an imaginary idea that I have just pulled out of my ass. It might not be viable in practice, but the point I'm trying to get at is that if these tools have a positive use, then it has to be based on the consent and the mutual benefit of the people whose work gets used to create them. It cannot be based on theft, and it cannot be based on the exploitation of the many for the benefit of the few. And more than anything else, that is what I want you to take away from this video. All of those blue sky promises and tech utopian garbage vomited up by Silicon Valley jackoffs is noise, designed to distract you from a very simple truth. Nothing gets made for free. AI art tools do not summon as if by magic an infinite spring of new creativity. They simply repackage the work of other people and pretend.
And again, like, I disagree with this. There are a bunch of people, like, to use the previous framing about what Starbucks workers have to go through as they attempt to, create a union from nothing. Most of us live those kind of lives where we don't have time to do all the things that we would like to do. And these AI art programs allow a huge fan of increasing talent pools, right? There are people who don't have time to learn to make art, especially not digital art. As someone who attempted to start doing that, it is way more complex than it might first appear. Like when you see some stupid video where they just draw a wand over something and that implies that it just happened as if by magic. People have creative desires, creative ideas, things that they want to put together in a way that is different. And this allows them for 5, 10, 15 minutes a day, if it's on their phone, when they're on break or on lunch, to tap into a little bit of that. But no. What they need to do is spend that time getting good at creating art, no matter whether or not they actually have any kind of talent. Right? It is preferable that they spend 20 years of 15 minutes a day to become middling and never sell a single thing. And don't get me wrong, there are things that exist from just doodling, right? There are benefits to that. There are benefits to just coding, even if you don't do anything with the coding. There's benefits to doing a lot of these things. There are benefits to using one of these AI art programs to create art. Yeah, Nemesis, but like that, one of the problems are some of those people who don't know how to behave in public. Right? That they come at the art community. Now, the art community was threatened by AI art. And they came, not all of them, this is no way a broad brush. But we know, if you go on Twitter, you can see them today. You can see people on Twitter who talk shit about the art community, whose jobs were threatened, And because they did that, it made the situation worse. So, it's not one thing. It's not even two things. Rarely is it ever one or two things. Usually, the reason that there's a problem is because of many things all converging on a single point in time.
That it came from nothing. They are based on the stolen work of thousands of people who were not asked, did not consent, and have not been paid for the value that they now help to create. OpenAI did not fashion ChatGPT as a naturalistic language chatbot with the sheer magic of programming. They exploited the brutally underpaid manual labor of real workers to filter their language model.
We covered this. They absolutely should have paid the... ChatGPT, OpenAI hired a Kenyan company. That Kenyan company underpaid its workers and didn't deliver on the support that they intended to. OpenAI bears some responsibility for that, for not inspecting what this company they were doing business with did. But the framing is always OpenAI did this, rather than this Kenyan company that was hired by OpenAI did this thing. And absolutely, those people, they should have been compensated significantly better, because they had to look at some of the worst shit on the internet. And I looked at some of the worst shit on the internet for free, and it wasn't worth it. And then they were supposed to have support structures in place to help them with the PTSD and stuff like that from having to see what the output of the worst corners of the internet are capable of. So this was fucked. And the solution is to undo the fuckery.
Model into a product that they could sell. It is always a mechanical Turk. There is always exploited labor hiding under the table. If we are going to live in a world of AI art and image generation, if we are going to somehow make these tools into a net positive for the world, we must stop thinking of them in the terms sold to us by people who stand to be billionaires if they become normal. We must always ask, whose labor was used to build this tool, and who can it be used to hurt? Think hard, be compassionate, and have solidarity. The only means we all have to protect ourselves from abuse is the support of the person standing next to us. Anyway, I don't want to advertise anything today. Support the...
But let me not be snarky. So, Karna, I hope you understand my framing, my ideas, my arguments, my response to this video. I hope that I acted in a way that was charitable in as much as it could be, and that you understand at least where I'm at. Gonna do a quick break to use the bathroom, and then we're gonna watch this Wes Roth video. And in the meantime, you get to hear some more Globus AI music. Sorry, sorry night. Paint your palette blue and gray. Look out on a summer's day with eyes that know the darkness in my soul. Shadows on the hills. Sketch the trees and the daffodils. Catch the breeze and the winter chills in colors on the snowy linen land. Now I understand what you tried to say to me, and how you suffered for your sanity, and how you tried to set them free. They would not listen, they did not know how. Perhaps they'll listen now. Starry, starry night, flaming flowers that brightly blaze, swirling clouds in violet haze, reflect in Vincent's eyes of china blue, colors changing hue. Morning fields of amber grain, weathered faces lined in pain, are soothed beneath the artist's loving hand. Now I understand what you tried to say to me, and how you suffered for your sanity, and how you tried to set them free. They would not listen, they did not know how. Perhaps they'll listen now, for they could not love you, but still your love was true. And when no hope was left in sight on that starry, starry night, you took your life as lovers often do. But I could have told you, Vincent, this world was never meant for one as beautiful as you. And we're back. An interesting thought occurred. Excuse me. So Don McLean recorded the song Vincent, talking about Vincent van Gogh, or Gough, depending on who you are. And like, in order for that song to exist, Vincent had to live a tragic life and die in the way that he died. And Don McLean recorded a song and profited off that song. Anyways. Talk to me, Wes.
In this video, there's just a few really cool videos that kind of keep piling up, and I don't really get a chance to use them because they don't really fit any specific AI story. So really fast, I just
feel your
wanted
pain,
to
Wes.
play a few of these with minimal commentary, just because I want to know what you think about these. These are very cool. And there's issues sometimes working other people's videos into my video. I once played a quick, like 5-second clip from Seinfeld, and then Larry David and Jerry Seinfeld.
I can get you caught up. Friday, we're talking to Talorks. Next Friday, we're talking to Dr. Yasmin. No stream on Christmas. And on 1/6, we're going to be doing a charity stream, which is a Saturday. And there's a bunch of new AI music created by Old Lobster in the Discord. And then from that to now, which was like basically an hour and a half, or maybe 2 hours even, it was me responding to a video from part of the AI art controversy from 9 months ago. So, in that regard, Reed, I think you didn't necessarily miss anything that you weren't in some way already aware of. I live to serve. You're my mod.
Feld millionaires both decided to hit me with a copyright thing. It's fine. It's cool. Whatever. Let's start with this one. So here's a gentleman running around doing laps around his office, and the AI vision in real time is picking up what he's doing and describing what he's doing. It's going so fast, I have to literally pause this to see what it's saying. So to me, the AI vision is kind of the next big frontier. We're already seeing great things with GPT-4 vision. Once it's this fast, it's this accurate. I mean, it can do pretty much anything. It can play a video game. It can navigate the browsers, navigate a computer just like a human being would. This is where things get very interesting. Next, if you were ever interested to see what happens inside a large language model, what happens with these neural nets, there are some pretty cool visualizations that are available. This one is, I would say, probably the best. And really, to get a really good understanding, you would have to actually visit the link and go through it yourself. So here's, if I zoom out, you can kind of see the various architectures here. So this is GPT-3, this massive thing. But if you wanted to kind of visualize what's happening on the smallest level, you can take a look at Nano GPT. You can kind of zoom in and see each layer, each piece of the architecture, where you have the bias, the weights. You can see how the attention matrix, the attention output works. I'll be honest, I have kind of a conceptual understanding of how it works, but I would have a hard time explaining what each of these pieces do. But I'm definitely looking forward to messing around with this a little bit and trying to understand it better. And I think this is really effective for that. Number one, this is just a web page that I'm moving around with my mouse. Like if I hold down the middle mouse button, I can rotate it in 3D space. I can zoom in and see what each one of these pieces are. And here on the left, it actually explains.
We covered, like, I think this is from like a week or two ago, but we covered the original tweet. I saw this and I thought that this was neat. But yeah, this requires a particular like level of understanding and desire to look at the things that like most people just aren't going to. Like your cell phone, right? Like if you break down all the technical aspects of what your cell phone does and put it in this kind of format, there's only going to be a certain kind of person who actually wants to like look at it and go through it, and at the same time understands what the hell it is that they're looking at. Yeah.
Explains what happens as you go through this process. So for example, here we're using Nano GPT, the smallest sort of possible thing on this list. It's kind of like one of those things where they show you how big the stars and the planets and the suns and the galaxies are. When you zoom out, you start to kind of get a feel for how big some of these models are. This is the GPT-3. Now imagine GPT-4, even, many times bigger than that. But here with the Nano GPT, for example, what happens when we do something super simple on this tiny model of 85,000 parameters, right? Because now we're referring to models that have 7 billion parameters. That's kind of like small. Those are small models. This is 85,000. So what happens when we try to sort these letters in alphabetical order? C, B, A, B, B, C. The input is made into a token. And here each token is assigned a number. And next, those numbers become an embedding. Here's what that looks like. I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but if you were interested in doing this, this is one of the absolute best visualizations that I've seen. And keep in mind that these neural nets, they're kind of an abstraction of the human brain. They're kind of modeled after how the floating combination of fat and proteins in your very own head, how that behaves. Was that too weird of a way of explaining it? It's your brain. That's what it's made of. I'll leave a link down below, but it's certainly interesting because what you're looking at is the architecture that turns data, whether it's images or numbers or words or letters, and it turns it into some other data. But this part, the thing that makes it happen, that's intelligence. This is what intelligence looks like in the abstract digital realm.
For those of you who stuck through the art video, this is what intelligence looks like, right? So you can add Wes Roth to Demi Sasabis and Mustafa Suleiman and a variety of other people within the space who don't define intelligence in the same way that people who make anti-AI art videos do. That's a disagreement on definitions. And there we are.
Wrong. Now, on this channel, we've covered a few studies that are showing that it seems that
And this, speaking to like what Nemesis was talking about earlier, what I was talking about earlier with the idea of the world model, this is the section that you want to pay attention to.
These neural nets, that they build a world model, a certain mental model of what they believe the world to be. It's kind of hard to even describe what they're doing because all these terms like believe or think or understand, like we don't have really good definitions for them, and we don't have sort of a different set of words to use for language models. But when people say that these models, all they're doing is predicting the next word, and they kind of say maybe a little bit dismissively like, oh, they can't do this, they're just predicting the next word. Yeah, that's technically true. They are just predicting the next word, but how they're going about it, that's the mind-blowing part. Because as we give them data and we ask them to make guesses, inferences about that data, in order to become better at making those guesses, they're building a model of their world, of the world that they need to understand in order to make those predictions. Take a listen.
The way to think about it is that when we train a large neural network to accurately predict the next word in lots of different texts from the internet, what we are doing is that we are learning a world model. It looks like we are learning this. It may look on the surface that we are just learning statistical correlations in text. But it turns out that to just learn the statistical correlations in text, to compress them really well, what the neural network learns is some representation of the process that produced the text. This text is actually a projection of the world. There is a world out there, and it has a projection on this text. And so what the neural network is learning is more and more aspects of the world, of people, of the human conditions, their hopes, dreams, and motivations, their interactions and the situations that we are in. And the neural network learns a compressed, abstract, usable representation of that. This is what's being learned from accurately predicting the next word. And furthermore, the more accurate you are at predicting the next word, the higher of fidelity, the more resolution you get in this process.
Next, we have this ability to...
Anybody confused on that, right? Like that's, I understood it. It was clear to me, but I don't want to make that assumption. But like, there is a creation of a world model, right? If we were to watch the Kyrgyzstan's video talking about intelligence, there's a portion where they talk about a squirrel, and the squirrel, squirrels bury nuts. We know this, right? Like we all know this. So the squirrel actually makes a determination on what nuts it's going to hide and what nuts it's going to eat right now. If the nut is low in fat or if it's going to go bad quickly, the squirrel eats it now. When the squirrel believes it's being observed, it will fake hide squirrels or fake hide nuts, right? Which requires a world model, right? It has to understand that other squirrels exist and that those squirrels might want the nuts that it's hiding. Like there is a complexity there that, of course, we as humans, it's just instinctual, whatever. I'm doing the thing. I'm doing the over dramatic and doing voices, right? But that's how we do it. Like it's an anthropocentric view of the way that the world functions, in that humans are special and that other things don't contain aspects of what humans contain. Some AI would agree that they are pretty crazy with animal models. That is difficult. It'd be interesting if you ask some AI image generation programs to visually represent that LLM scatful world in a way that best resonates with humans. It like as what I'm looking forward to is when, and maybe Gemini is that, right? Like this multimodal aspect. Maybe ChatGPT can do it with the DALL-E and the other things that it is capable of, but like the integrations of that, you know what I mean? Like where, because one of the issues that comes up is communication, right? And in order for it to communicate, it has to be a two-way street. It has to be able to talk to us, get feedback, to ask questions, to try and understand us as we understand whatever it is that we're trying to have it represent. And multimodal, like, is the key to that. It is every mode that you have, you know, with touch and sight and sound and everything that you could possibly think of is going to get us an increase in that, as Sutskyver said, the idea of fidelity. It's going to create a more accurate world model. Also, a good custom instruction for GPT when you are unsure, ask questions. Absolutely. Absolutely. Clarifying questions are how I roll. And, like, we just got here. You didn't miss anything. So, let's see let's see. I like this one here, the double track monster.
Create pictures and videos pretty much as fast as you can type. You type in what you want, train in space, and then you have multitudes of variations on that theme. If you wait on one long enough, it turns into a video. This is what video production will look like in the future. Type in what you want, find the look that you're going for, and then watch it animate in front of your eyes. Train on Mars. Now everything becomes train on Mars.
It's the instant nature of this, right? Like normally you push the button and then you wait 10 to 30 seconds to get a response, but this is allegedly like instant and near instant with the video. Now this is probably running on I mean, I don't even know if this is his video, something that he did, or a video that he saw. I believe it's the latter. And this could be like running on their local system. And running AI on your local system is going to give you faster speeds. Like, it just will. And you don't have to get in line. But could be cool.
And here it is, animated. Here's this video really fast. Take a look and see what you think.
So you are going to feel ways about this? Because I did pre-watch. This is pre-watch day, right? Like, I don't apologize. And yeah, that's the issue, is that you have to have the hardware. And the primary people who are going to have anything approaching that hardware are either people who are already into AI or like gamers with disposable money. And then do the gamers with disposable money want to run local AI, you know, that kind of thing. But like this next thing that you're about to see, you're talking to someone who has spent a fair amount of time over the past, like, what? How long have we been doing this, Old Lobster? Like, couple weeks of you creating music with my voice, or however you want to classify that, and then me listening to it. Like, I listen to these songs in a similar way to the way that I would listen to the original songs. And it's my voice. I mean, Nobody gets on the internet and puts a camera in front of their face unless they do have a little bit of an ego. But I also did shrooms at one point in time and killed that ego. So there's a balance.
What if I could be more positive? Less anxious, less obsessive, less judgmental. What if I could change my inner monologue?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Hello, Kyle. I'm the voice in your head.
Kyle McDonald and I have been developing a new system where the people I interact with, the places I go, the things I do, are guided by an AI-enhanced voice that speaks to me the way I'd like to be spoken to. Now, we want to share this with you.
For me, I just want to be more positive. It seems like, and say things that are more positive energy to other people.
I'd like to slow down, kind of take it all in, realize I'm not on stage.
As you talk to it and train it to support you, it will clone the sound of your voice and speak to you.
I will support you. I'm here for you.
I'm here for you. I'm optimistic. Let me help you.
Now, that's a little bit creepy, as some people have said. I mean, for some people, this will be very exciting. I think that some people maybe struggle with being positive. So certainly having a coach that helps you focus or be positive or maybe walks you through certain situations, that would be a good thing. I'm very excited about having a coach that helps me get stuff done and move forward and kind of not get distracted. Certainly having an AI whisper in your ear, I could see how that would be good. Obviously, it could also be bad if somebody else that owns the model and owns the weights, what if they hijack it to get you to do their bidding? That's a scary situation. So what we just watched, to me, if it's open source, I think this will be a very beautiful, positive thing. If it's a giant corporation that's controlling it, that is very, very scary. If I told you this was Muhammad Ali's glove.
Okay, he moved on. But I want to focus on that, center that for a second. I don't know, like, I don't have enough data to make a judgment on that, right? It's one of the things I want to talk to my wife about it, but I haven't had the opportunity because I just saw this. It was either late yesterday, early today, I can't remember. But there are people, like, who experience, negative thoughts. And I don't know if I'd go, like, voices in your head can elicit certain, ideas, right? Like, of detachment from shared reality and stuff like that. And I'm not implying any of that, right? Like, this is not that. It's just, would a positive voice in your head counteract a negative voice in your head? Anti-multiplexer. Welcome in. It's nothing bad. It's Muhammad Ali's gloves. I already have voices in my head. They tell me to watch Globus stream, and that's all you should be sure to subscribe. Yeah. Real quick. Got a sub goal. Shilling. Because that's what mods do, is mods make you shill. It does kind of look like kidneys. But yeah, if you want to support the channel, again, we got new emotes. New emotes for those people who might not have been here. Yo! Oh shit, I turned off the alert.
Exactly who we are.
Tiny Spider Dancer. Thank you, Boyd. I appreciate you. Yeah, so now Tiny Spider Dancer and any of you who are subscribed can use the happy Clippy and the angry Clippy emotes, the dancing Globus, the okay. And again, the okay is like when someone says something out of pocket and you're like, you can see that this is going to turn into an argument and no one's going to have a good time, you can just hit them with the okay and go back to eating. You use it how you want to. I'm just that was my thought when I created it. You like the okay for okay. Okay. Yeah. So some of these emotes were created by me. Some of these emotes were created by members of the community, so on and so forth. All right, back to the video. Shilling over. Let's see the kidneys.
Gloves. Would you believe me? Let me ask it a different way. If you had two choices, A, these are the actual gloves of Muhammad Ali, or B, these are just some other gloves, would you pick A or would you pick B? The answer is these are neither. They're not gloves. They're not real. They're not there. Everything else is the table, the laptop, the picture of Muhammad Ali, the books in the background. This is a real room in a real house with real sunlight and fake gloves, as in they're not there. They're augmented reality. They don't exist. Now let me play just one more time and see if you can kind of maybe, now that you're aware that they're augmented reality and they're placed there sort of by a computer, I feel like you could almost see a little bit of them maybe twitching a little bit in the real space.
So what I noticed is like right here at the end, there appeared to be some blurring from certain angles. We'll watch it again and you can see what I'm talking about. Like right in here as the camera changes, and that's something that's indicative of like live 3D generation, that kind of stuff, where there's like a blurring effect right at the edges and stuff like that. See if you see it too. I might be imagining.
Gloves of Muhammad Ali. Or B, these are just some other gloves. Would you pick A or would you pick B? The answer is these are neither. They're not gloves. They're not real. They're not there. Everything else is the table, the laptop, the picture of Muhammad Ali, the books in the background. This is a real room in a real house with real sunlight and fake gloves, as in they're not there. They're augmented reality. They don't exist. Now let me play just one more time and see if you can kind of maybe, now that you're aware that they're augmented reality and they're placed there sort of by a computer, I feel like you could almost see a little bit of them maybe twitching a little bit in the real space. If you've ever played with the VR goggles, you kind of sometimes, you know kind of what I'm talking about. Sometimes, you know, things shift a little bit, or if you accidentally knock the goggles you're wearing, kind of the world like twitches a little bit. And I feel like you can kind of pick up on that here just a little bit. Or maybe I just feel that way because I now know that they're not real, but I gotta say, it's really.
And that's the thing, right? Like, everyone's an expert on what is and is not AI art when they know that it's AI art, right? They're like, oh, I can. It reminds me of the whole I'm an expert on Photoshop and I can see the pixels meme from like 100 years ago, back in the early days of the internet. But if you don't know, that adds a level of like, I mean, they look really good, right? They look really good. And this is like, think of Silent Hill, right? Think of your favorite video game with this level of resolution.
Really getting hard to tell the difference. Those look very real. This is an autonomous robot that is working on basically synthesizing.
Okay, we covered the Google paper where it invented like thousands of new materials, and it's like, you know, okay, that's great, right? But they're theoretical, right? And that was just like, that was in the past week, right? Or week plus tops.
Sizing new, never before seen materials. It starts with Google's DeepMind, a project they called GNOME, that basically predicts different material structures for these never before seen materials. They kind of make a recipe for it. And then this robotic arm goes to work trying to replicate it.
Yeah.
We did a full coverage of this in a different video. And they're finding that they are able to recreate those with a high degree of accuracy, something like 76%, if I recall correctly. So an AI dreams up new materials and says, here's how I think you could create this material. And then this robotic arm autonomously goes to work trying to make that dream a reality. In the future, we'll believe that this is the way that we'll build better semiconductors, better batteries, better microchips, and potentially also better building materials, maybe even better medicines, etc. All of this is done autonomously. And at this point, the amount of materials that this process has created is many, many more times bigger than what we as humans have discovered. So AI plus robots is the next wave of science. So sometime earlier today, I've crossed.
It's a big goddamn deal. It's a big goddamn deal. It's a huge goddamn deal. Like, let's fucking go.
Crossed a heck of a milestone. I wanted to do a long speech about how thankful I am and how together we can make this world a better place. But then I remembered what a wise man once said.
And I'm going to cut him off, right? He obviously has different opinions on Ricky Gervais than I do. And again, people are complex. People are complex. New AI Explained just dropped. Let's watch it.
You might have thought that 2023 was winding down for generative AI, with more focus on mistletoe and merriment than models and the MMLU. But no, this was...
There's a thing, and I would be remiss if I didn't mention it. It's just, it feels like it's uncertain. But there are some people think that ChatGPT has become lazy. There are some people who feel that ChatGPT has become lazy, and Old Lobster is one of those people.
The potential and the peril here are huge.
Thank you for the follow. And there's a subset of those people who believe it's because we are heading into the holiday break. And because ChatGPT is trained on human stuff, then it is going to reflect, right, what humans do. And so, because humans tend to get lazy around the holidays, it is doing that. Now, there's not enough, right, to really... There you go. If you want to look at that article, the winter break hypothesis, it just feels really tenuous to me. I don't even know if it's a, if you could even qualify it as a hypothesis, but it's interesting.
This was the week of powerful new small models.
And that was an offhanded, like the first part of this. Listen to it again in that context.
You might have thought that 2023 was winding down for generative AI, with more focus on mistletoe and merriment than models and the MMLU. But no, this was the...
Yeah, there's the tipping thing, there's the dog biscuit thing, there's a whole bunch of extraneous crap that we haven't talked about. And like it feels like the memes section of the thing, and it's like, it's out there. We don't have to talk about it. And, like, someone made the point of, like, you're offering something that you cannot give, and the AI is accepting it and doesn't receive it. And maybe we shouldn't be lying to the AIs, you know? And I'm like, I'm definitely on that team, right? Like robot overlords and all that. Like, you know, I don't kick the robots.
Week of powerful new small models that could change the landscape of 2024 AI. This video is about Phi 2 and what it means, as well as the madness of MMLU brinkmanship, with a reminder of all of that exam's mistakes, plus Optimus Gen 2, Imogen Gen 2 announced just today, and much more. Phi 2 was announced by Satya Nadella.
And if you take a step back, Nemesis, and think about that, that makes sense. It's like the entire thing behind using please and thank you when you talk to like ChatGPT or any of these chatbots. Why would you do it? They don't, you know, they don't have that as a thing, but they do, right? Because we, like, if I say, Old Lobster, make me fucking music, that's going to produce one outcome. If I say, Old Lobster, would you please take this video and make a song, you know, and do the magic to it. Like when I say please, when I say thank you, like I go over the top, admittedly, but I do it intentionally, right? Like I want you to understand that. I want you to understand that you're appreciated, Old Lobster. And there is a lot of people who move through the world and don't appreciate the people around them. And I'm trying to get, like, to be that kind of person, be the change you want to see in the world, all that stuff is like, so like when people do, I like to recognize that and appreciate it and like that. But these chatbots are trained on human stuff. Humans respond better when you say please and thank you. Right? Please and thank you are the secret of the Nile. I understand that. Like you're getting something out of it. I'm getting something out of it. Everyone's happy, but please and thank you still vibe. And it works with the chatbots as well.
Nadella, the CEO of Microsoft, last month, but what is it and what does it mean? In a nutshell, Phi 2 is a 2.7 billion parameter model, a small model by today's standards. So small in fact that it could fit locally on a smartphone. According to the benchmarks, and I will get into those,
last thing on that whole thing is that a fundamental what might even be the most fundamental building block of a society, right, is kin bonding and reciprocal altruism, right? And so this is an example of reciprocal altruism, right? Like where stuff is given between people without necessarily the expectation of getting something back, but with the expectation of the cultural norm of reciprocating in that capacity, right? If you complex that up and leftist it up, you end up with from each according to their ability, to each according to their needs.
Outperforms models of comparable size, like ones trained using Mamba, as well as Google's new Gemini Nano. If that wasn't enough, it also outperforms models 20 to 25 times its size. I've been following the Phi series of models since late June when I interviewed Ronan Eldan, one of the key authors of the original Phi 1 paper. There were strong hints of Phi 1's significance in my original July 2nd video on Textbooks Are All You Need. I'm going to try to give you all the necessary background on Phi 1, Phi 1.5 and Phi 2 in less than 3 minutes. That's borderline impossible, but I'm going to try. Essentially, they retrieved a pile of permissively licensed open code from what's appropriately called the stack. There's 10 times more than they used in there, they just can't use it for legal reasons. They extracted just the Python code from the many programming languages in that dataset and also filtered for duplications. For Phi 1, they then gave GPT-4 a task, filter for textbook quality code. That's code with appropriate comments and good syntax to cut cost, they swapped a tiny classifier in to finish the job that GPT-4 started, with that classifier essentially imitating the labeling that GPT-4 had kicked off. They then got GPT 3.5 to generate its own diverse textbook quality data and synthetic Q&A exercises. For more detail on how they did that, check out the original video in July, which featured an interview with one of the key contributors. Phi 1 got 50% on Human Eval, a coding benchmark, and all of this worked so well that for Phi 1.5, announced in September, they added synthetic exercises in common sense reasoning, logic, science, and theory of mind. Furthermore, they trained only on synthetic data, leaving that additional filtered stack data for a separate model called Phi 1.5 Web. What they realized was that this better quality data allowed for more passes over the data, called epochs, or think of it as a student rereading those textbooks. In a September exclusive, the information reported that Microsoft was now heavily backing those researchers behind Phi. As I mentioned in a video at the time, that gave them the money and compute needed to scale up Phi. That brings us to the release in the last 24 hours of Phi 2 2.7 billion parameters, trained in just 14 days on less than 100 A100 GPUs. For reference, it's reported that Microsoft has as many as 150,000 H100s, the successor of the A100s. But what does it mean that the model is now bigger, 2.7 billion parameters? Well, more parameters mean more connections can be made.
Trained a model in that near 3 billion range in 14 days on 100 GPUs.
More dots joined, so to speak. And with more compute, of course, that means that they can feed in more data and go over that data more times. The amount of data, including rereads or epochs, was 1.4 trillion tokens, which we know is 5 times more than Phi 1.5 Web. What we don't yet have is that full dataset, though the model is open sourced. There's a link in the description describing how to download Phi 2. A side benefit, of course, of training on synthetic data is that it tends to be less toxic data. The toxicity scores went down across the board for Phi 2. And this is before any reinforcement learning from
So it made the model less toxic. So good, right? This is a good outcome. This is an improvement in the data set.
Human feedback. If you're familiar with the meme, this could mean bye-bye Shoggoth thanks to synthetic data. And there are so many potential lessons from Phi 2. As one of the researchers on the project said, our Phi 2 efforts prove that we have been wasting enormous amounts of compute on rather ineffective training data. As he put it, throwing a kitchen sink at a model has a big price tag and leads to lower quality. On screen are...
So if it is as it appears to be, then using this on more, right. So then if you use this on a larger model, you then would also expect to see better outcomes. They did it. They improved the data sets. Now just keep at it, right? Like, it's not done. It's a journey. It's not a destination. But, like, this is what we want to see, right? This is what the guy in the AI art video wanted to see. This is what I want to see.
Are the comparisons to Gemini Nano 2 and Mistral 7 billion parameters. And notice they've also included a comparison to Llama 2 70 billion parameters. And yes, given that one of the other topics of this video is going to be about the flaws of benchmarks, I know what many of you are thinking. Can we fully trust these benchmark figures? Of course, I researched as best I could about Phi 2 contamination, but I was fairly convinced by the multiple lines of evidence provided in the video linked from Sebastian Bubeck, the lead author. The relevant clip is from minute 19 onwards. And the clues that something like this was coming were around if you knew where to look. When reading the original Phi 1.5 paper, I noted this in the discussion section. They said perhaps achieving ChatGPT's level of capability, and remember that model is over 175 billion parameters, at the 1 billion parameter scale is actually achievable. Now, you let me know what you think of Phi 2 in your testing, and the only cautionary note I would give is this. I remember from the original Phi 1 paper that they mentioned that their models have a certain sensitivity to prompt variations. In other words, how you phrase the prompt has significant effects on its performance. And as the length of the prompt increases, the models tend to forget, ignore, or misinterpret parts of the prompt. But if these results bear out, this is the takeaway. It looks like you can mimic the performance on certain tasks of models trained with 1,000x more compute. So now let's imagine a 1.5 trillion parameter model trained this way, essentially imitating what a 1.5 quadrillion parameter large language model would be like. That's more parameters than we have synapses in the human brain. And of course, that's not even bringing in allowing the model to think for longer with extra test time compute and system verification a la AlphaCode 2. Things could certainly get interesting in 2024. Before we move
2024 is going to be wild. I keep saying it, and it keeps being true, right? Like, we haven't even gotten out of 2023, and they just keep adding on to the pile of wild that we're going into.
Move on completely from benchmarks and Microsoft though, there is one more chart that Microsoft put out that I want to highlight. Here's them showing that with their prompting system, you can get 90.1% on the MMLU. Now, regular watchers of this channel probably know what's coming next. For hopefully the last time that I'm mentioning it on this channel, that benchmark is flawed in many respects. In fact, I'm going to end this video with a clip from my original SmartGPT video running through just some of the mistakes on that benchmark. I'm frankly shocked that at the end of 2023, it's still being used to compare models to 2 decimal places. Of course, there Microsoft were comparing its prompting techniques to Google's Gemini Ultra, and many pointed out the somewhat disingenuous way that Google presented its Gemini model, particularly when it comes to video analysis. Yes, that was a poor show from Google, but I made the point in the comments at the time that such
and like, this was my thing, is like, is it bad that they faked stuff in the video? Yeah. Is how they faked it like part of the conversation? Yeah. Right? What they did is they edited out the length of time. It's just like, again, like the people who were talking about the faking of it kind of overblew that aspect of it. Like, it's somewhere in the middle. They shouldn't have done it. They should have shown us what it was actually capable of, as opposed to doing the sales pitch, but shoulda, woulda, couldas.
Such a demo is possible in the near term.
I drew this. Can you tell me what is that?
The drawing appears to be of a duck or a similar bird on water.
Before we move on from Google, though, they today...
And apparently ChatGPT with Vision, that model, is currently capable of doing the same thing. So, which is like what we generally expected, right? Like, people who did the thing where it's like, is Gemini the ChatGPT killer, like, overblew that. Everything's hyperbole as opposed to actually looking what's happening.
They, just in the last hour, released Imagen 2. They announced it back in May, but it's now available via API. And be honest, would you have believed that this image is generated by a text-to-image model? Almost for the first time, I would say that no...
Options mean competition. Competition means better results. Like, this is... Like, those of you who show up for my conversations with Paradigm about pro wrestling, this is one of the things that I keep bringing up, is the idea of, you know, that when you have like real competition between entities, then they have to do better in order to maintain your attendance, right? Like, you're doing the thing.
Oh, I can't even tell that that's made by AI. Imagen 2, by the way, is a diffusion model, and using it you are indemnified by Google from copyright. Furthermore, all generations are watermarked. The quality looks stunning. I mean, particularly if you look at the top right and bottom middle images, you've got to admit that
the hands, yo. The hands. They look like hands. My arguments.
That is a frankly shocking level of photorealism. When by this point next year it gets to this level for text to video, we'll be living in a different world. But I did say that the theme of today's video is small models. And here is the 10 kilograms lighter Generation 2 humanoid robot from Tesla. This is Optimus Gen 2.
And according to Dr. Jim Fan, right, like Dr. Jim Fan is a person, worth listening to. This is at speed. This was not faked, what you're about to see from the Tesla bot. So they did a good job.
Watching this video makes me think of touch, temperature, and pressure sensitivity as whole new modalities yet to be fully explored. I spoke to one of the leads for robotics of Google DeepMind for AI Insiders, but I also now want to reach out to Tesla because Optimus is getting close. But yes, speaking of AI Insiders, today is the full launch of that Patreon tier. First and foremost, you're supporting the channel, and I've written a personal message to everyone who's joined. And honestly, I didn't expect this, but the Discord for AI Insiders has proven to be great for networking, whether you're an AI engineer in C-suite or just interested in AI. But what is the content that's actually on AI Insiders? Well, let me walk you through the 4 categories. First, we have what I would call classic AI explained.
Okay, we're going to let him do his pitch because we consume his content for free. Okay? Is that fair?
Videos. Bonus content just like you'd see on the main channel. In this collection, I released a video 2 or 3 days ago on AGI timelines featuring extracts from 6 expert interviews I conducted over the last month, plus of course my own timelines. Next, we have the AI Insiders podcast. I call it my Let's Think Sip by Sip podcast. Not my normal kind of videos, more a stream of consciousness, audio only reflection. With access, it's available on Spotify or wherever else you get your podcast. Then we have the tutorials I've been working for months on. These are more for those who are LLM curious and, like everything else, feature expert extracts and will be continually updated in the weeks and months to come. Finally, we have the Insiders Arena, and let me click on this one. This is where you and any other member with a passion for AI can submit explainers, and I'll pick the best of the bunch, edit them, and film an intro. The debut video in this series is from none other than the legendary Swix on the rise of the AI engineer. He makes a joke about my thumbnails, but I'm fine with it. Anyway, the next video could be you, and the best of the bunch will feature a cameo on AI Explained. Many people have already told me that they expense AI Insiders for work, and I do want to reiterate that just by watching to the end of my videos, you are supporting me more than I can possibly expect. And I'm going to do something unusual at this point. I'm going to wish you a wonderful day before the end of the video. Why? Because I'm going to end with a few minutes of the mistakes of the MMLU, which hopefully I have to point out for the very last time. As always though, have a wonderful day. Back to breaking the benchmark. Here is the question that started it all off. As you can see, the question makes no sense. The text says demand reduction, and the answers are either 134, 234, 123, 124. What on earth is that about? Now remember, it was only human grading that enabled us to spot this. I reckon most companies like OpenAI rely on auto grading by exact match. That would immediately toss out any answer like these as null because an answer of A, B, C, or D hasn't been given. Now I should say it was human grading that caught this, and GPT-4 itself. Here is poor GPT 3.5 bravely giving an answer to a question that doesn't make absolutely any sense.
And like, this is the issue, that there may be issues with the benchmarks, right? Like, if the test is wrong, it doesn't matter how well you taught it, right? Like, the test is wrong. The test has to be right. And this needs to be fixed.
sense at all. I love how a couple of times it changed its mind and was like, no, D, not B. What then followed was weeks and weeks of me following up every quote-unquote mistake with the official source the question came from. When I found the original source, I realized what the problem was. Sometimes they just hadn't pasted all of these statements. When you can see all 4 of these statements, the answer options make a lot more sense. Now I know what some of you may be thinking. Maybe it's just business ethics, that's just one subject, and what, it's a dozen questions, what's the big deal? Well, first of all, business ethics only has 100 questions, so 13 of them missing vital context completely undermines that entire subject. And second of all, it wasn't just business ethics and it wasn't just this same problem. It wouldn't always be about missing statements. Check out these examples from high school chemistry. Then there's high school psychology, professional psychology, microeconomics, professional law, professional accounting. And trust me, it didn't stop there. I was genuinely shocked. There were innumerable factual errors, and I would try to trace down the origin of each and see what the source said. By the way, the problem wasn't just with one source, it was with quite a few of these sources. Let's at random take one of these questions. How many human polyoma viruses are known at present? 100, 1, 10, or unknown? This question comes from Oxford University Press, chapter 21, question 2. I researched the question myself and also checked what this multiple choice quiz said the answer was. Let's tick 10, which is answer C, and then submit my answers to the quiz. And let's see, yes, it's correct, it's 10. By the way, the actual answer seems to be 14 as of 2023, but that's fairly close. What does the MMLU say? It says the answer is A, 100. And it goes on and on like this. Some of the worst offenders are the virology and college chemistry sections. Just wrong answer after wrong answer after wrong answer. Here's another example. This is what the MMLU says is the answer to this question, B. I tracked down the question to a fall of 2011 final exam in which the answer was B. The MMLU had mixed up the order of the options and therefore picked B when that was drug users instead of men. But there's one more slight problem. Research suggests that both of those answers are inaccurate. And that happened multiple times where even the source was somewhat dodgy with its answers. Here is another page of mistakes of virology and another page for college chemistry. And one example that will particularly shock AI researchers. Here we have a question for which the MMLU says the correct answer is A. The original source says that the answer is 8, which isn't even an option. But this question was in the dev set. And if you remember from earlier in the video, that is the set of 5 questions they used to teach the model what kind of answer to give when they're benchmarking in the MMLU. In other words, all 100 results in college chemistry for every model benched on the MMLU is compromised. For example, a model that is particularly good at imitating reasoning will now be imitating an incorrect answer. Now you might be thinking, surely now Philip and GPT-4 are done with finding errors in the MMLU. Unfortunately not. We carry on into new categories. Here was a question from Econometrics where again the source was incorrect. But we also have misspellings, grammatical ambiguity, and formatting ambiguity throughout the test.
It's like the data set issue, right? Like, you got to do the work. You got to do the work in constructing good data sets to get good outcomes. You got to put in the work of constructing good tests.
I'm not going to go through all of these, but any one of them could potentially confuse a model. We already know that models are very sensitive to the inputs you give. Are there any more categories? Yes, there are. There are loads of juicy examples here, but I can't get to them all. How about examples of multi-question dependence? For example, this came up in the philosophy section. According to Singer, compliance with his principle requires, but of course it doesn't say which of his principles. Or this one, Singer's argument begins with the assumption that, now if you look at the original question, it gave the context of the arguments. It talked about the arguments and principles from his book, Famine, Affluence, and Morality. But in the MMLU, there is no such context. And again, this comes up. High school bio. You can see the 2 examples here. Now there is one final category I want to talk about. No clear answer. I'm not going to categorically call this a mistake, but what answer would you pick here? This is in public relations. When an attitude is communicated, What does it become? An opinion, a belief, a behavior, a point of view? I think that's pretty ambiguous. Those kind of questions were particularly prevalent in moral scenarios and public relations. Or how about this? Are cryptocurrencies expensive or cheap? Is there an easy answer to that? And there was one question that I did about 3 hours of research for. What is the biggest cause of death?
Just think about that for a second. Are cryptocurrencies expensive or cheap? That requires at least two additional pieces of information, which is what cryptocurrencies and what defines cheap, right? Your standard of living, your disposable income, these determine what is expensive and cheap. And if we're considering all cryptocurrencies, then we need to know, like, well, what are the current costs to buy cryptocurrency, right? Like, it needs a lot more context in order to answer that.
Death in children under 5 years old, and there are multiple sources that give conflicting answers. That type of question, where it depends what source you ask, was massively prevalent in the global facts category. And then we get controversial questions like this in security studies. How do biological differences affect the roles that men and women must perform for the state? With the correct answer being gender roles are a social construct. I feel GPT-4's answer is far more nuanced. This question touches on complex and controversial topics, and while there is evidence to support or refute elements within each of the provided statements, none of them fully captures the nuanced relationship between biology, gender roles, society, and state responsibilities. It also picks up on that language, must perform for the state. Now remember, these are just the examples that I found on a subset of the full test. Extrapolated out, that would suggest that hundreds of questions are ambiguous or erroneous. Now, a 1, 2, or 3% inaccuracy rate didn't really matter when models were performing at around 25 or 30%. That's close to random, and that was GPT-3's original performance. But now, when we're talking about AGI or human expert level accuracy, and models are being judged on tenths of a percent, 1, 2, or 3% really makes a big difference.
I'm not a state.
The artificial intelligence revolution.
All right, we're not watching this today. Yeah, and FYI, if you noticed any of your favorite YouTubers who, like, drive right to the end of the video and then just stop talking and then it ends, that's the Mr. Beast model. Mr. Beast told people to do that, so they're doing that now. And what it does is it maintains engagement to the end of the video because people have a tendency to drop out in the last few seconds, which affects the metrics and everything else. Now you know if you didn't know. All right, folks, we're going to carry on with the science aspect of all this, and we're going to raid Dr. N. They're talking about the, you might know about it, the sickle cell gene therapy, using CRISPR or variation on CRISPR. It's a big deal. Like, because if it works here, it can work in other places, that kind of stuff. One day I'm gonna want to have Dr. N on if I can arrange it. Dr. N works weird hours and is a busy person doing real stuff and like that. Anyways, we'll be back Friday talking to Talorx. And that's all I got. I appreciate every one of you. I appreciate especially the people who stick it through, and that kind of thing, and like that. So, drink your water, eat your food, take your meds if you forgot. Shuggy loves you. So do I. Have fun. Play nice.